Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day in paradise.
It's treasure hunting time, baby!
What are the chances of you finding it?
There's always a chance.
Look at this! It's so beautiful! We got all kinds of good stuff!
Ready to rock and roll now.
Alright, we got gold! We got gold! This is like we're in an underwater coliseum right now. Wow, this is already so beautiful, man. This is crazy.
Watch Search Party with me, Brandon Jordan, Sunday at 9, 8 Central on the Weather Channel.
I want to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Hilary, a Category 4 hurricane. The latest advisory puts the winds at 145 miles per hour, a Category 4 with a pressure that's been sitting at 939 millibars. The movement is northwest at 10 miles per hour. Not a whole lot has changed on this, the last advisory or two here, but we are anticipating to get some new data from the hurricane hunters. They're flying the mission into it right now. They'll be in there for a bit, and then we'll get a new advisory at 5 o'clock, hopefully with some new data there from the hurricane hunters. We know that it could be quite impactful for us here in Southern California. The forecast cone has kind of remained locked in the last couple of days here. You take a look at the hurricane hunter data, you can see how the winds really picked up here as they flew into the eye wall, and then notice how the winds came down as they flew into the eye itself. That's where it's calm, and then they're kind of meandering in the eye right now. But hopefully we'll get some new data from the hurricane hunters here in their next advisory, and hopefully we get a really good idea of what this is doing, and then hopefully we can give you a really great forecast. And we also had a lot of extra balloon launches on land in the western United States this morning that produce hopefully a very good forecast for us with this. You can see then they exit on the other side of the eye wall. It just updated there, and then the winds correspondingly went right back up. There's a look at the infrared satellite. It is a well-formed hurricane. You can clearly see where the eye is. It looks like most of the convection right now is on the south side or the southwest side of it, but they flew in from that northeast side. They came through it, and then it looks like they've turned around and gone back through it, or maybe they're coming back then out of the northwest side of the storm here. But ultimately, hopefully we're going to get a really good idea of what this storm is doing. Most everything to this point has been satellite estimates, so now we're going to get actual real data from the hurricane hunters. You can look at the forecast here, and it does begin to weaken, though, going through the weekend and beyond. And we do not anticipate a hurricane coming into Southern California, but we do anticipate tropical storm force conditions here. The sea surface temperatures do get cooler. That'll be one factor in helping weaken this somewhat. But the steering pattern is pretty much locked in as high pressure shifts to the east. It allows Hilary to come northbound here, a relatively rare spot for it to come, especially considering that we haven't had a landfall here in Southern California in 84 years. So literally a once-in-a-lifetime type of event, Felicia.
Everyone around the Gulf Coast is watching right now like, that's different. But guys, we're going to pay attention to you too as well, because this area of disturbed weather, this tropical wave hanging out around the Bahamas, is eventually going to make its way across Florida and into the Gulf of Mexico, and it is going to possibly have the chance for development. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center now giving it a 40% chance of development in the next 7 days in this hatched area within the Gulf of Mexico. So from the central Gulf into the western Gulf. It's looking pretty impressive in terms of the thunderstorm action that we're seeing building around this system here on the visible satellite. We've been stuck in the same pattern across Florida for a little while now, with the westerly sea breeze really well in charge of your weather pattern. You'll see changes this weekend as the storm system moves across. Really going to see that surge of tropical moisture Saturday into Sunday. It really does eventually emerge out over the Gulf. But before all is said and done, you've got that risk for flash flooding from just north of the I-4 corridor down through South Florida. You're included in this all the way over into Sunday into Monday as well. So a couple different days where you could see some flash flooding, especially in those urban areas that flood pretty easily. The broad brush forecast here has a couple inches falling, but certainly higher local amounts will be possible. That disturbance interacting with the warm waters of the Gulf going to bring that surge of tropical moisture to the western Gulf. You can see the latest model predictions have this taking aim at maybe southern Texas, maybe Corpus Christi, getting in on that. And we do have that possibility for some flash flooding. Now, I will say much of Texas is really parched. You're looking at quite a bit of drought across the state. So if we could just get some beneficial rain without the flooding that comes along with tropical systems, that would be absolutely fantastic. Corpus Christi up to Del Rio, you can see that bullseye of 3 to 5 inches possible being predicted by the Euro model. If we could get some of that rain a little bit farther north, that would be so great. You know, much of Texas right now, Mike, is like a little rain, some cooler temperatures. That would be fantastic. But it seems like the models are wanting to keep that a little bit farther farther south.
A lot of these places are having their record warmest summer, and so getting some rain would be helpful. We know out in the Atlantic Basin, the wide open Atlantic Basin, the main development region, we've got some action out here as well. 3 different areas to watch. So a couple different spins to point out. There's one right in here. You see another spin that's happening right about there. Then a very definitive spin. The third one, the far one on the right there. These are all areas where we could have tropical formation here, maybe in the short term even. Storms that these waves that come off the coast of Africa and turn into storms here. So 30% chance on the lead one, then a 40% chance, then a 70% chance. So kind of a conventional wisdom, you'd be like, okay, that's the one to watch back in here. Maybe, but maybe not also. Let's talk about the lead one here. 30% chance of formation. Might it be a sneaky one that then comes farther west, maybe impacts the islands here and over the next 7 days from where it is now over towards the Dominican Republic? There could be some influence. Okay, there's a look at this hair and dust on the north side of it. Will it fend off that dust? Again, the main one is this one back in here. Watch what happens to that. It kind of fizzles apart. But the lead one, the one to watch down in here that might be more impactful through the islands over the next few days. All right, thanks for being with us. And if you're just tuning in, Southern California is bracing for Hurricane Hilary.
Now, Hilary, right now, a major hurricane. Just you can see it here as we look at the globe. Such an impressive storm currently. And the good news is it is going to interact with some cooler air, so it is expected to kind of decrease in strength, not expected to be a major hurricane at landfall, but still an exceptionally rare tropical event for the nearly 30 million people who live in this part of the world. Yeah,
a lot of different places could be impacted, especially by rain, but there is going to be a wind impact to this as well. I want to take you to Southern California because for the first time ever, we have a tropical storm watch for Southern California.
Yes, we do. And that is why this is such a big deal. You know, even when the northern Gulf Coast comes to mind. If you live in the northern Gulf Coast, you know exactly what's happening when you're under a tropical storm watch, and it still sometimes can be kind of hard to prepare for that forecast. So for many people who live in this region who have never experienced that, the kind of question of, well, what do I do now? When do I need to be prepared? I'm sure that's what is on everyone's mind, Mike. Luckily, we're here to help you with that. Let's take a live look at Hollywood, California right now, where you see it here. This is what you expect when you think of August in SoCal. You think of the blue skies, the temperatures, upper 60s, lower 70s, just absolutely fantastic. This is going to look so different by the time we get into Sunday night. Really want to start thinking about what you're doing and be prepared in this area for power outages, for flooding around you, you know, have the water and the food that you don't have to necessarily cook in case you lose power, Mike.
You know, we just want to be smart, right? Don't think, you know, it's not going to happen. It's like, come on, we never get these things. This one's different. All right, we want you to be smart in an occasion like this and prepare. You've got time, all right? You have today, you have tomorrow. The real impacts come in on Sunday, and primarily heavy rain is going to be the risk here. Winds will be there, but I think they'll be secondary to the flash flood risk, which will be very high in some spots here. Hilary is a Category 4 hurricane. It is a serious threat. Winds are 145 miles per hour, 939 millibars. So the pressures come way down and the wind speeds have gone way up. There's a look at it on water vapor. There's a little bit of dry air up in here that eventually becomes a factor in this, and some of the dry air will get pulled into this, as well as a little bit of wind shear and cooler sea surface temperatures. All those things will work to bring the intensity down, but it still is going to stay on track to hit Southern California. Yes, as a weaker system, but you don't need a 145-mile-an-hour hurricane hitting you to be impactful in Southern California. So basically paralleling Baja California, weakening along the way, but look at it and make a turn tomorrow and then come right for us here in Southern California. Could it make a direct landfall? It absolutely could. Could it maybe take a track that's more like this? Yes. Could it take a track that's more like this? Yes. Both of those things are very possible. The difference there is only, you know, roughly 100 miles or so. So just small shifts left or right makes a difference. But I think ultimately the rain is going to be the thing that we worry about. There's the timing for when the tropical storm force winds could begin. And we believe that may happen by, say, Sunday late afternoon, early evening, certainly by Sunday at 8 o'clock. So be prepared here for some sporadic power outages, and elevation plays a factor here, Felicia. The higher up you go, the higher the winds are likely to be too. Yeah,
when you're talking about the topography of a region that has valleys and mountains, you're throwing in a bunch of different ingredients into all the impacts that we're going to feel. Speaking of those impacts, one of the big ones that we're concerned with here, and as you can see from the Weather Prediction Center map, that possibility for flooding, the highest likelihood for Saturday is going to be across Southern California, where you see that yellow outline there, portions portions of the Inland Empire. But watch what happens by the time we get to Sunday night into Monday. We're looking at that high risk from the Weather Prediction Center for that possibility of flooding across Southern California. Why is that important? Well, because it's so rare. The Weather Prediction Center does not issue this very often. In fact, annually, only about 4% of the risk days issued are high risk days. And part of the reason that this is so dangerous is because when we're talking about the risk that comes along with the high risk days, the damage and the loss of life that we see in proportion to the amount of high risk days we see issued is so off the charts. So 39% of our annual flood deaths come from those high risk days. And as you can see, only 4% of the days annually are high risk days. So you're really seeing a large amount of deaths in that small number of days. 83% of the damage dollars that we see come on high risk days when we're talking about the damage from flooding. So again, showing you the area that is highlighted for that risk of flooding. And then you can see why here. The forecast for the rainfall from Hilary through Tuesday, stretching up through inland portions of Southern California. That's stretching over into maybe portions of our major metro areas. Lots of rain for cities like LA. Any rain in LA in August is putting us above what we typically would see. So 2.5 inches for the forecast is going to be problematic.
My late father-in-law lit up a room.
Want to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Hilary, Category 4 hurricane, and now expected to impact Southern California this weekend. As a much weaker system, nonetheless, the first time the National Hurricane Center has ever issued a tropical storm watch for Southern California. Winds 145, Category 4, northwest moon around 10 miles per hour. The hurricane hunters are out there flying a recon mission into it right now. We'll get a really good idea on the fix and exactly what it's doing as they measure this entire hurricane. Boy, you can see how well formed it is right now. It looks like some of the most intense convection is on the south side of the system right now, and eventually this will work into a little bit drier air and gradually begin to weaken as we go through the weekend. But up to this point, it has just been a beast. From yesterday morning to now, winds went from 75 to 145. And as I mentioned, first time the National Hurricane Center has ever issued a tropical storm watch for Southern California. San Diego, portions of LA, Orange County, work your way toward Riverside, Palm Springs, all included in that. The steering of this, usually high pressure strong over the southwest, usually pushes hurricanes in this direction. Not this time, because high pressure relents. It goes east, and now Hilary comes northbound. This is why we've got a very unusual pattern, unusual result as well, including flooding through Saturday, through Sunday, and through Monday, with a high risk now in Southern California.
Certainly something we're concerned with there. Hurricane Hilary could transform the hottest place on Earth into a lake. Joining us now is Nicole Andler, park ranger from Death Valley, to discuss the flood threat. Nicole, that sounds dramatic, but Death Valley typically gets less than an inch of rain for the entire year, and it could get 2 to 4 inches from Hilary. And as we know, that could be catastrophic.
Yes, so the rain expected from the degrading of the hurricane here will be historic. We've been placed in the extreme category for potential for flooding. So we want to make sure we share with everyone that flooding is almost definitely going to be happening in Death Valley. Very little doubt in our mind that at least a little bit of flooding, if not a lot. And it could be starting as early as tomorrow evening.
So, Nicole, what does that mean for the park? Are you going to be doing any road closures preemptively? How will you keep visitors safe, or will you even allow visitors?
Yes, we are working on our pre-flood plans right now for communicating what the conditions will be and what we will be closing in advance of the floods, and then we will evaluate after what else may or may not need to be closed. But right now we're recommending that, especially if you're planning to camp anywhere, that you may want to reconsider your plans and make other plans and not come to Death Valley. And, you know, even if you think that by going to higher elevation, there's still risk of flooding there, but also potential for lightning.
Okay, so Nicole, back in 2019, the park actually flooded and created a 10-mile lake. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? What was that associated with? How much rainfall came to create that? So how could this compare to that?
Yes, for 2019, I don't know what the rainfall level was for that, but in 2022, so just last August, we had another extreme rain event, and that one was a 1,000-year rain event, and it created what we refer to as Lake Manly. So down in Badwater Basin, the water collects there from the surrounding watersheds, being the lowest point in the park and North America, and so that water comes off the mountains. It comes down like from our areas like Salt Creek and other basins that are above that, creating that lake. And it's pretty exceptional. That was a year's worth of rain in one storm, which was 1.7 inches of rain.
Oh, wow. 1.7. That is, could really put it into perspective just how much. It doesn't sound like a lot of rain, but it makes a big difference. Really quickly on that note, how fast does that happen? How fast do you see that water come down from the higher elevations and start flooding those low-lying areas?
Well, the flooding, we often refer to it as flash flooding. So what happens is we don't have a lot of plants and trees that are helping to hold the soil in place. So our soil gets quickly saturated, and once it reaches that saturation point, we can then have a sudden release with a flood event. And so we have areas that we may become concerned about and keep an eye on, but it can happen anywhere. Death Valley is a landscape that's been shaped by water. So hottest, driest, lowest, but still water has created the beautiful landscape that we have here.
Well, Nicole Andler with the Death Valley, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
I think it's so important what she said about the water, how quickly it comes from the higher elevations,
right.
And all of a sudden you have that flooding.
You think about campers that might be there. Now, typically they don't get tons of visitors this time of year because it's blazing hot. Right. It's kind of the worst time to go there, right? But if you're going to camp there, maybe think about evacuating. Maybe think about, you know what, I've got to cut this trip short. I've got to go someplace safer, because you could be literally in a death trap in Death Valley with the rain that's in the forecast. Yeah,
and with that flash flooding in the forecast also problematic. Not just there, but the areas that are of that same topography and landscape, that could be an indication what could be headed your way as well. We've got more.
Okay, want to bring you a live look. On the left-hand side of your screen, San Clemente, California. On the right-hand side, Huntington Beach, California. Both places look really nice right now, but the swells are going to increase. The ocean's going to look a lot different come this weekend, and the skies are going to darken and bring torrential rain for us. We're watching for some potential flooding because of the water. I don't think it's going to happen in every spot, but any low-lying area where the beach might be pretty flat. I think about a place maybe like Newport Beach. There'd be some areas in there, maybe even like a Laguna Beach. Depending on the exact track of it, you could see a little bit of water that intrudes from the ocean. But I think rainfall flooding more than anything else is going to be the biggest worry that we have. Hurricane hunters are flying their mission right now into Hilary. So the initial approach that came in from the northeast, you see how the winds went up like this. They went through the eye, down came the pressure, down came the wind, right? And then they came out on the other side in the eye wall here, and that's when the winds came right back up again. Now they'll fly more toward the outskirts of the hurricane, then come right back to it. They'll make multiple passes through the eye, so you'll see these waves up and down with it. The track coming northbound here, and by Sunday afternoon, you need to be in your safe spot. You need to be prepared, especially for wind and rain. Felicia?
Wind and rain, and make sure that you are prepared for power outages as well. This is not typically when we're talking about our wet season in Southern California. And just to underscore how unusual this is, look at the amount of rain that we typically see in San Diego on average in August. 1/100th of an inch, nearly zero. So when you're talking about several inches of rain in this area, that's when you know that you're seeing something anomalous. This is typically the dry season across Southern California, and that is why we're seeing that high probability of flash flooding for this region. This is something that we're really concerned with when you're talking about several inches of rain falling in some places across this region. We could see a year's worth of rainfall in just a couple hours, or, you know, in just about 48 hours. So that is really going to be impactful, especially when you see some of the higher totals predicted across the higher elevations. That all has to go somewhere. That is going to run down with elevation and bring us that possibility of some flash flooding. So for San Diego, Sunday into Monday, you're seeing those 20-mile-per-hour gusts. Late Sunday, early Monday, you start to see those winds pick up, and that rain to come is a couple inches. So with that, sandbags are the most common way to protect your home from floodwaters. Mike Bettis and hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb demonstrate the correct way to fill and use sandbags.
So we thought we'd give you a little demonstration on the do's and the don'ts when it comes to sandbagging, okay? So they may be offering free sand in your town, right? So let's go ahead and fill up a sandbag. You're like, all right, that's a big sandbag. Let's just fill this bad boy all the way up.
Yeah,
we don't actually want to fill it all the way up, though.
No, you want to fill it about halfway, ideally, and you either want to use sand or you want to use local soil. And, you know, by the way, these are heavy, okay? So when you are filling them up and when you are lifting them, putting them into place, you know, be careful, use the right posture, and don't injure yourself.
Just like we talk about when people are shoveling snow, use your legs. You know, don't stress your back, because you could really, this is a lot of weight, and you could be filling up a lot of sandbags. And even if you're not using sand, you could use, you know, dirt from your yard. Please be careful.
And of course, the reason you're doing this is so you can stack them up and perhaps lessen the ability of water to get past them and into your structure. Now, you don't want to stack them more than about 3 high at a time unless they're pushed up against the building, because then they could fall over. But you could build a pyramid much higher to do it in a pyramid shape.
Let's just stop right there.
Yeah.
Now, the bags will have ties on them. Ignore these for now, okay? Best way to put your bags down, let's start on this end. We'll just lay it down. This is going to be our end bag with the closed end on the end. This part right here is going to stay open. You're thinking, oh, that is crazy. There's a reason we're going to do this. We've got some pre-filled bags here, okay? These also have open ends. Watch what we do here. Take this bag, put it right on that one, smooth it out a little bit. Now you've got a nice tight seal right there. You're going to take your next one, same thing. Put it over the opened end of the other bag. Nice and sealed tight right there.
We got to make this a team effort here, Mike.
And then on the end, you can put that one there, and then you're going to fold the edge under.
That's right.
So that now you've got a seal on the end. Then you can do the exact same thing along your next layer, but you're going to stagger them just like that. Again, laying them open, and then down, and then nice tight seal. Last one goes down.
And fold it under. Now, again, we wouldn't do more than about 3 layers high unless you had it against a building or if you did it in a big pyramid shape.
We've overfilled bags and tied them. Here's the wrong way to do it. Why? Big gaps underneath there. The water goes in. Don't fill them all the way up. Half full and leave the ends open. Coming up right now on Weather Underground, Southern California under a tropical storm watch. The first time a watch has been issued by the National Hurricane Center for Southern California, with Hilary pushing toward now the Golden State.
Also, the dire warning of rare and dangerous flooding across Southern California and the Southwest. We break down the areas most at risk.
And we also have multiple areas of concern in the Atlantic Basin, including potential threats to the U.S. Gulf Coast. Those stories and more right now on Weather Underground. Southern California, you are squarely in Hurricane Hilary's cone, including some of the most populated cities in the United States. And for tens of millions of people that call this home, this is exceptionally rare. The last and only time the Golden State had a tropical system make landfall, 19 139.
So many people who are living there have never experienced this. And a tropical storm alert in effect right now for San Diego, Del Mar, Oceanside, San Clemente, Huntington Beach, all the way to the Orange County and Los Angeles County line.
All right, a lot to get to with a rare event unfolding for us along the West Coast. Thank you for being with us here on Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Felicia Combs. And while the potential for California landfall is on the table, we can't underscore enough how dangerous the rain and flood threat could be, with some places potentially picking up a year's worth of rain in just a matter of days.
It could get very intense. Flooding is going to be a big concern for us here. It's still a very intense hurricane. It's a Category 4 hurricane. Winds are 145 miles per hour. The hurricane hunters are out there right now doing a recon mission. We'll get some detailed measurements from them, and hopefully we'll have those for you for the 5 o'clock Eastern time advisory or the 2 o'clock Pacific time advisory.
Yeah, of course, better data in, better data out. So we'll have the latest update on the forecast, what we think is happening with that. And of course, when you've got a monstrous storm like this, you want to make sure that you're getting that forecast right. Tropical storm watches for these coastal cities on your screen, and further inland in Tehachapi. Flood watches already in effect for the heavy rain Hilary is likely to bring. You know, when you think of Southern California in August, you certainly don't think of inches and inches of rain or tropical systems, but that's exactly what we're going to get, guys. And I can't stress enough, you want to pay attention to this forecast because it's going to continue to evolve. And just, you know, what, 50, 100 mile per hour mile difference in where that storm center ends up tracking could mean big differences in your forecast.
Yeah, it really could. No doubt about that. With the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, we gave you those stats again. 145 mile per hour winds, Category 4 hurricane. Now, for those of you that are watching here on the West Coast and you are not all that familiar with the products that come from the National Hurricane Center, now that we've got the watch that's been issued, we're going to get updates every 3 hours from the Hurricane Center. Okay, so we'll get another one that comes in at 5 o'clock Eastern or at 2 o'clock Pacific time, all right? So we're going to get these every 3 hours now through landfall, all right? So this is when you want to be checking in. So next one's going to be at 2 o'clock your time. 939 is the pressure. So the pressure has been coming down. Winds have been going up over the last, say, 2 days, all right? So those two have an inverse relationship. As the pressure goes down, it means the storm's intensifying, the winds correspondingly go up. 60 miles outside of Socorro Island here. One thing to watch is the track as it comes northbound here, okay? And if we look at the hurricane hunters, they flew in into the northeast quadrant, saw the winds pick up, then they came through the eye. That's when the winds came way down here. Then they exited out on the northwest side of the eye, and that's when the winds went right back up here on the eye wall, and now they're kind of on the outskirts of the most intense part of the hurricane. This is why the winds are settling down right about here. They'll make another pass. They'll do this several times as they crisscross through the storm, getting a really good idea of where the most intense winds are with the storm, the fix on the storm, meaning the location exactly, the size of the eye, all that. We'll get a really good idea of what's happening with it. But it's got a well-formed eye at this point, and you can see lots of thunderstorm activity, especially all this area that's in the dark red color, south side of the storm in particular. Eventually this will begin to weaken, but it's going to take a little bit of time. It's very intense right now, will likely remain in Category 4 for the rest of the day. And then it encounters a little bit of dry air, a little bit of wind shear, and cooler sea surface temperatures. All three of those things in combination will begin to weaken this hurricane. And you notice the track here comes northbound, and then it shows you the timing and then the wind speeds that go along with each of those time frames. So by Sunday morning, we may already start to feel a little bit of wind and maybe a few outer rain bands come into California, but the center will be down here with the 100 mile per hour winds. By the time we get to Sunday evening, center's going to be right in here, 75 mile per hour winds, and we think a tropical storm is likely to come into Southern California here. Whether the initial landfall is in Baja California or Southern California, I don't know if it really matters necessarily. You might get a little bit more wave action here and swells along the beaches if it comes in directly off the water, but I think the rainfall impacts will be very similar either way. Look at the tropical storm watch in effect here at San Diego, it's Palm Springs, Riverside, up through Santa Clarita. All these places anticipate winds that could gust more than 40 miles an hour, potentially in the canyons and higher elevations, 60+ mile per hour winds. We spoke with the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service office there in LA, saying he's concerned about power outages. The track usually would take hurricanes in this direction because high pressure would hold pat and steer it that way. But watch what high pressure over the Four Corners does. It slides into the Midwest, and that means Hilary comes northbound here, a very rare occurrence for a storm to take this track and impact us in Southern California. Again, it's been 84 years since we've had one make a landfall in Southern California. We've had impacts before, but maybe nothing this directly. You can see how the moisture comes in. Plenty of rain Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Finally, Felicia, we believe by late Tuesday into Wednesday, most of the rain has now exited this area.
Speaking of plenty of rain, that is going to cause plenty of problems, Mike. We are seeing high-risk areas, moderate-risk areas from the Weather Prediction Center. So let's take a look at that. Let's start with tomorrow, where you see the yellow outline. That is our highest likelihood from the Weather Prediction Center for where they think we could see most of the flooding on Saturday night into early Sunday. And we're, of course, your eye goes straight to that yellow. But even if you're shaded in the green, you want to pay close attention to this. Cities like Las Vegas, like Palm Springs, San Diego, you want to watch as we're heading through Saturday into Sunday. Now, Sunday looks like it's going to be our biggest day here, and we have seen, you don't see this happen very often. The Weather Prediction Center has issued a high risk of flooding here for around the peninsula ranges of Southern California, most of the, or all of the Inland Empire included in that likelihood for some flash flooding. So why is this important? What is so important about these high risk days that we have? So the moderate risk days in the yellow, 17% of our flood deaths annually come from those moderate risk days that you saw shaded in the yellow. That red shading, that is when we see 39% of our flood related deaths annually. That is why when we see these high risk days issued, it is such a big deal, because that is when you see the most loss of life from flash flooding on those high-risk days like we have on Sunday across Southern California. So 83% of our yearly flood damage also coming from those high-risk days, which is so disproportionate. You only see about 4% of our days being high-risk days annually. So the fact that 83% of the flood damage that we see on a yearly basis comes from one of those days with a high risk issued, that just goes to show you how dangerous they can be. 62% of the $1 million damages come on high-risk days as well. So just again, you can see the Euro model bringing that large swath of rain, several inches. And Mike, I do think that locally we'll see even higher amounts than what we're seeing in this forecast here broadly.
It's very possible you're going to be isolated pockets where you could get upwards of a foot of rain. It's not out of the realm of possibility. All to depend probably on the duration that Hilary sticks around. What will its forward speed be at the time it comes in? If you look at these areas across the Southwest, quite a few areas where it's dry right now. Nothing necessarily extreme in the areas where the rain will fall. The heaviest amounts of rain will likely be kind of in this corridor here, and these are areas where we're dry or we have moderate drought right now. But the problem with that is if it's dry, and it's that way most of the year, let's face it, the ground's really compact, right? And it doesn't mean that the rain will absorb readily. So the rainfall rates will outpace the rate at which we absorb the water, and so this means runoff that occurs for us, especially in places like the Coachella Valley, areas here across the desert Southwest, Vegas, and just outside of Vegas, it's nothing but sand and dirt, right? And so you may have a lot of flooding. You may have a lot of dry arroyos that fill up, that normally this is where the flood water goes during the monsoon season. This might be a little bit different than that, because those are generally thunderstorms that create that. This is going to be a widespread rain and a heavy rain event that lasts over the course of 2 days. So the 3 to 5 inches of rain is a high impact event for us here. And I do think a place like Palm Springs could be at great risk. Yucca Valley, 29 Palms, Joshua Tree. High desert rainfall is a real issue for us for sure. That soil does not absorb that rainfall. It's just a really slow process. And then you often have runoff that occurs, and certainly topography plays a role. Any place where you have any terrain that flows downhill, well, gravity takes over and the water finds the lowest spot. And this is where you can get some raging torrents, especially, we believe, down the eastern slopes of the mountains. Think about this. A lot of times with these atmospheric rivers that we get in California, they don't target us in, say, San Diego County or Imperial County. They just don't. They go farther north, LA up towards San Francisco, right? And it's the western slopes that we're worried about. In this case, it'll be the eastern slopes that we're worried about, and it'll be all rain, not snow, because of the time of year. So what that means is all that water comes down the mountainsides, fills up all of our dry creek beds, they come out of their banks, and it floods your neighborhood. So be very, very aware of that, and make sure that you're taking this risk very, very seriously. I do think there'll be some areas out here in the Coachella Valley that will be at risk, and that will include a place like Palm Desert, Palm Springs. I mentioned a place like 29 Palms. I think will be at risk as well, and I'm going to show you why. Again, very rugged landscape here, lots of terrain here. You can see mountains here on each side of Palm Springs, and then 29 Palms sits up here. Joshua Tree, it's an entrance and exit to Joshua Tree National Park. It can be beautiful many times out of the year, but this is Route 62 right here, okay? We're going to be in the valley east of the mountains, and so rain comes into the eastern slopes, and then that rain comes down those slopes and comes into the valleys like this. Not to mention, you'll have rain right in the city as well. So let's orient this north to south, and here is the thing that you're putting all your hopes on. Places like this little flood channel right here. Do you see that? I'm outlining that. That's where the water has to go to evacuate out of the city. Most of our streets do not have storm drains. You're going to have the streets be your storm drain. That's going to be the avenue for the water to flow out of the city. All right? So take a look at the dry arroyo, in essence. It's dry almost every single day out of the year. As we turn the map, this is a bridge that goes over it, but in a lot of places, it's just a road that goes and dips down into the arroyo and then comes out on the other side. So those places will fill up and be impassable. This is a bridge, but this is the riverbank right in here, in essence. Dry almost every single day of the year. The places that would be greatest risk are the neighborhoods that are right next to these locations. I would consider evacuating those places if you're fearful of what may happen, or make sure you're paying attention to your local authorities. They may actually issue evacuation orders here. These are areas that are at huge risk, Felicia, in events like this. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's going to be a big issue, and places that are normally dry are going to be flooded with this rain that we're seeing, so do keep that in mind. Also, we have our tropical storm watch here that we've got going on. This is the first time ever that the National Hurricane Center has issued this, but what does that mean? If you live in this region, even if you live in an area where you're used to hurricanes, like the northern Gulf Coast, you might still be like, wait, what is the difference between a watch and a warning? So we want to break that down for you. What you have right now is a tropical storm watch, and what that means is you have sustained winds possible within 48 hours of 39 to 73 miles per hour. That is tropical storm force winds, tropical storm conditions. That's what we're talking about when you see that tropical storm watch issued. Now, quite often, wherever you have the watch, it kind of whittles away based on the latest forecast, and then it gets upgraded to a tropical storm warning, which means you have that possibility for tropical storm conditions within 36 hours. You want to have your preparations done by then. You want to make sure that you are somewhere safe and you know exactly what you're going to be expecting, and you're prepared for power outages or maybe being stuck home for a day or two. So that probability of tropical storm winds continuing to increase across Southern California for cities like San Diego as we continue to watch this forecast evolve and get a better idea of exactly where Hilary will track. We'll have a better idea of the timing, but generally we're starting to see those conditions deteriorate across Southern California by the time we get through Sunday. Quick look at the way the winds will pick up from the south to the north Sunday by 2 p.m. San Diego, you're seeing those winds increase. Palm Springs, you're also beginning to see that. And then late Sunday into Monday, some gusts for maybe places like LA. So the wind definitely going to be a problem, and of course the rain as well, Mike. Yeah, and if it stays out over water, and the angle approach could mean everything for us there. Could we get a little bit of water from the ocean? Certainly possible. We're very confident, though, that places like LA will get significant rainfall flooding. We take you virtually to LA. The rain will be coming down beginning on Sunday through the night on Sunday night and into Monday, and we believe several inches are on the way, and that is going to lead, we believe, to some flash flooding. You take a look at how much rain we typically get in the month of August in LA, literally zero. This is going to be a historic event for us here in LA. All right, you take a look at the European model. What's it forecasting for Sunday through Tuesday? Generally speaking, a wide area of 3 to 5 inches of rain. Could you be looking at 5 to 8 inches in Anaheim or a Pasadena, up around Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks? These places will be incredibly susceptible to flash flooding. Do everything you can now to prepare for it. You take a look at the GFS model, shows something similar. Maybe 2 to 3 inch in LA, still a flooding rain for us, and many spots through the Inland Empire where 3 to 5 inches of rain is in the forecast. Can't stress enough how dangerous this is going to end up being, with flash flooding going to be widespread. And I think you're going to get some landslides and mud flows that occur as well. Be very concerned about burn scars in Southern California, where that water is just going to rush down the hillsides with a muddy slurry. There's a look at the forecast forecast in LA. Sunday night and Monday, some heavy rain at times where rainfall rates might exceed half an inch an hour and some of the thunderstorm bands that come with it. There's a look at the forecast for us around Vegas. Another 2 to 3 inches on the way for you. Both models predict some very heavy rain here. And the forecast in Vegas Sunday, then Sunday night and Monday, even thunderstorms, Felicia. And again, once again, flooding in Vegas could be a huge issue.
Yeah, going to be a big problem this weekend, but we've got you covered. Stay with us all weekend for live coverage of Hurricane Hilary. And if you're on the go, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with our Hurricane Hilary special live stream. Download it today on Amazon Fire and Roku and at streamtwc.com. We'll keep you updated throughout the entire storm from all angles.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic.
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
We welcome you back to the Weather Channel as we track Hurricane Hilary for you. Winds right now 145 miles per hour. This is a significant storm. It's got Cat 4 status. The pressure's 939 millibars, and it's making a northwest movement here, eventually coming into Southern California, we believe. You see the track there? It does put Southern California in that cone, including San Diego, LA, Palm Springs, and those locations are under a tropical storm watch right now. The first time the National Weather Service has ever issued a tropical storm watch for Southern California, a rare event indeed. The hurricane hunters are in the hurricane as we speak. They've made 2 passes through the eye wall and gone into the eye. They came in and approached from the northeast, then they exited out through the northwest, and they've been on the periphery of the storm at this point, and the winds have come significantly down from there. Not sure how much time they'll spend in the hurricane. They had a long flight from Biloxi, so we'll see how long they stay in there, but we think with the 5 o'clock advisory, we'll get a good idea of what the central pressure is, what the highest wind speeds will be, and then with that 5 o'clock advisory that comes out, 5 o'clock Eastern time, 2 o'clock Pacific time, we'll get a better idea of what the storm's doing, and I think that may actually be weakening a little bit as we speak. It is still a very well-formed hurricane, don't get me wrong. Most of the really intense convection, I think, is on the south side of the storm and the east side of the storm. Then the outer bands have thunderstorms in them. If you look at what's happening with the sea surface temperatures, it's in very warm water right now. It's over top of very warm sea surface temperatures in the 80s. Also been in a very favorable atmosphere for formation or strengthening. So low wind shear and general instability. No dry air anywhere to be found. The track comes northbound here, and as it does that and high pressure shifts off to the east here, it comes right into Baja California or Southern California. Could it stay to the eastern edge of that track? Potentially. The western edge of that track? Potentially. If it were to do that, it may actually make a direct landfall in Southern California. The most likely path would be right down the center, but again, that could shift ever so slightly over the course of the next 2 days. But regardless of where it goes within that cone even, this is going to be the takeaway. Flooding. Flood watch is in effect in widespread areas here across the southwest with anticipated 2 to 3 inches in most locations with pockets of 3 to 5. And we know exactly what that will lead to, Felicia. We believe flash flooding will be widespread in many states.
Definitely going to be a problem with all of that coming down. And of course, it's not typically where we think of our tropical development that we're watching, but one place that we do think of a lot this time of year for tropical development would be the Caribbean or into the Gulf. And that's exactly where we're going to watch for this disturbance when it ends up moving there. 40% chance of development. You can see some of the satellite imagery there that we've got of those thunderstorms beginning to bubble up with that particular disturbance, that tropical wave that we're watching. 7-day development area into the Gulf. Definitely looking a little bit healthier this morning or this afternoon than it has been, hence the National Hurricane Center bumping that up to a medium chance of development. Right now, we've been under this flow regime of a stalled frontal boundary there across Florida. This is going to bring some changes in the form of rain. Saturday into Sunday, this surge of tropical moisture. I think Saturday is going to be the wetter day out of the two, but regardless, today, tomorrow, and into Sunday, we have that risk for some flash flooding because any storm that gets going with all of this tropical moisture could put down copious amounts of rain in a short period of time. Up and down that 95 corridor is where we're expecting maybe some of the heaviest rain. The disturbance associated with all that tropical moisture pushes over the warm waters of the Gulf, which is just prime for action. But we have a lot of dry air in place around there as well. So while we've got our surge of tropical moisture, will it be able to develop? Will we see a system out of this? We don't know, but regardless, it's going to bring some rain to portions of Texas that really need it, Mike. We just don't want any of the flooding, but hopefully this will be a nice light-ish rain, maybe.
That would be nice.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
Crossed here.
We'll keep our fingers crossed. We know things can get a little squirrely sometimes. We'll keep our eye on it. Other things to watch out in the Atlantic Basin as well. 3 different areas of interest right now. They're all kind of lining up at this point, but sometimes just in mid-August, the switch flips, right? So we've got an area of spin right here, another one here, then another one right there. And what they each do is going to be up to what the atmosphere is going to allow them to do. And you would think that the one on the far east, the right-hand side of your screen, the one that's most formed right now, would be the one to watch. It's got a 70% chance of formation, then 40, then 30 as you go eastbound here. However, it's that lead one that might be the one of most interest because it's the one that could affect land, and it may be the one that holds together out of all of these, pushing its way northwestbound here over the next 7 days through the Antilles, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, over toward the Dominican Republic as well. You can see where we've got some of that Saharan dust, a little bit drier air. I don't think that's going to be enough to really fend off anything, but if you look at where the 3 spins go, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there, right? Watch what they all do. Again, it was that trailing one that we thought might do the most. It basically falls apart. It's the lead one, though, that causes issues through the islands here that may actually become our next named storm. We'll watch them all very closely, but this time of year, can't take your eyes off of anything. More coverage when we come back. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everyone. If you're just tuning in, Southern California, heads up. You are bracing for Hurricane Hilary's approach.
Yeah, you see it right here. This monster on this map. That's not typically where we're looking when we're talking about tropical systems this time of year, but that is what we're seeing. A major hurricane now, but not expected to remain a hurricane at landfall, but still an exceptionally rare situation that we're looking at here for Southern California. Nearly 30 million people who call this part of home are going to be dealing with the impacts from this.
And a very rare occurrence because Tropical Storm Watch has been issued for Southern California the first time that's ever happened.
That's a big deal when you're talking about for the first time this ever happening. Now, we have, of course, felt the impacts of tropical systems before, but this Tropical Storm Watch will likely be upgraded to a tropical storm warning once we're about 36 hours out from the impact. So, guys, keep an eye on this forecast. Let's take a live look at Hollywood, California, and it looks exactly how you would typically expect it to look. Maybe you're on the Runyon Canyon Trail, did a little hike, taking a look at the Hollywood sign from there. Today, perfect weather for it, as you typically expect during August in Southern California. It's not going to be the case, especially as we head through Sunday into Monday. It is going to be rainy, cloudy, windy. You will not, if you were on, say, Runyon Canyon Trail, you would not be seeing the Hollywood sign because it's going to be obscured through all of the heavy rain and the wind coming down, Mike.
It's going to be a wild time for us, and it's going to be a very dangerous time for us in Southern California. I know you're thinking, okay, summertime, I'm tapping out, like I don't have to worry about this. Come on, you guys are kidding, right? This is a very serious storm, and I would say think about all the atmospheric rivers that you had over the winter, right? And how those impact you and how much flooding that you end up seeing. Power gets knocked out, right? This is going to be similar but different, okay? The western slopes won't be as affected as the eastern slopes of the mountains. You won't get lot of snow out of this. You might at the very highest peaks, but you won't get these huge, 6, 7, 8 foot snows out of this. That's just not going to happen. It's going to be rain, and so you're going to get a lot of runoff down these hillsides, especially on the eastern slopes. And we're really concerned about flooding as we work our way into, say, Imperial County, in San Diego County, San Bernardino County. These are all places that are going to get hit very, very hard by this. This is a look at the high-resolution future radar. Watch it spin northbound here. It will begin to gradually weaken. That's a good thing, but the rain will be there. There's no doubt about that. Wind will be a factor, but rain more than anything is what you need to concern yourself with. By Sunday afternoon, really by Sunday morning, the outer bands will have already come into California. Here's where the center of circulation will sit, and by the afternoon, you're going to be in it for a duration. Sunday through Monday, we'll have heavy rain here. Be very worried about the inland valleys. Coachella Valley, heads up. This is a very dangerous storm for you. As far as winds go, I'd expect those by late afternoon on Sunday into the evening, and those winds could be intense through the night on Sunday. Anticipate some power outages. If you're going to operate a generator, know how to do that appropriately. Outside only. You do not want to run it in your garage or inside your home. But about a 50% chance, or maybe just under that, of tropical storm force winds in San Diego. That may depend on the exact track, Felicia. If it tracks more over the Baja, you'll have less wind. If it tracks more over open water, you'll have more wind.
Yeah, so what Mike is saying is basically there's still room for this forecast to evolve and change the level of impact that you're going to see wherever you are. So you got to keep an eye on it. Let's talk about one of the impacts that we know is coming, and that is that possibility for flash flooding. The Weather Prediction Center highlighting much of the inland empire of Southern California and a likelihood of seeing flash flooding tomorrow through early Sunday. But even where you're in the green here across western portions of Arizona, southern Nevada, that possibility for flooding begins tomorrow, and then into Sunday and Monday we really see things ramping up. That high risk that you're seeing here for near the peninsular ranges of Southern California, that is something that we don't see very often. We only see about 4% of our days with a high risk. So a very small percentage of the actual amount of days that are a high risk from the Weather Prediction Center. So you can already see that this is a very rare occurrence. But what ends up happening is quite often on those high days, like we have on Sunday, you see 83% of your damages from those high risk days. So if we took all of the money that we spend on damage from flooding and we put it into a pot, 83% of that would be coming from those high risk days. 39% of our annual flood deaths come from those high risk days. So a very small number of days in terms of how often we see high risk, very large numbers in terms of how many flood deaths we see related to that, and also how much damage we see from that. Here's why the forecast has several inches of rain up the spine of California into portions of Nevada as well. And that's a broad brush. We're likely to see even higher amounts. The forecast in Palm Springs, 3 to 5 inches. That would easily break the record of 4.32 inches. In LA, more than 2.5 inches is your record, and we have a forecast exceeding that currently. This forecast will continue to evolve.
Let's bring you the very latest as we track Hurricane Hilary for you. A serious threat, a Category 4 hurricane, 145-mile-per-hour winds. The good news here, short term, it's over water. It's no impact to land. We do, however, anticipate a northerly turn here coming in toward Southern California. It's 60 miles outside of Socorro Island right now, moving northwest at 10 miles per hour. If you take a look at the track of this, it eventually comes over a little bit cooler water, a little bit more dry air, a little bit more wind shear. All three of those things will help reduce the intensity of the storm, but notice it comes right into Southern California, and tropical storm watches are in effect. Now, as far as the probability of high winds, we think we'll get some high winds here. Could be quite gusty, about a 50% odds here in San Diego of getting tropical storm force winds. But if you look at this forecast, it gets really windy for us, especially you'll notice the winds ramping up Sunday afternoon and then going into Sunday night. Here we go, Sunday 3 o'clock at San Diego County, and then a lot of mountain passes will see very gusty winds. Winds will be coming in this direction out of the east, okay? And water will be pushed out in that direction. However, be prepared for some power outages. You may see power lines that go down, trees that might come down as a result, and it could stay very windy right into Monday afternoon before calming down after that. High pressure shifts off, and that allows Hilary to come northbound. A very rare event for us here in Southern California. Especially pay attention to the winds and the flooding rain.
We know that many other cities that you don't typically think of being under the threat for tropical weather included in that as well. Vegas going to see some impacts from Hilary. Of course, Vegas has just experienced such a scorching summer so far. That's what we're typically used to. Taking a look at the historic Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign. And of course, you know, when you think of Vegas, you think of the glitz and the glamour, the shows, everyone going to have vacation. But beneath the shining lights of the Las Vegas Strip, there are more than 600 miles of storm tunnels underneath the city. And according to the Shine a Light Foundation, 1,500 people live in those tunnels. So what happens to those people if Hilary brings heavy rain and flooding? Joining us now is Rob Banghart, the outreach director for Shine a Light. He once lived in one of those tunnels himself, so he has perspective to tell us what this could mean. Rob, thanks so much for being with us. Can you describe what it's like living underneath the city? What happens when it rains?
Oh, thanks for having me. It's a very different lifestyle. You know what I mean? I went underground because the illusion of having a roof over my head and being away from everybody and a certain amount of safety. And but it's cold, it's dark, you know. And once you've been down there for a while, it becomes very familiar. But you become very disconnected from society, you know. And obviously, with the weather coming and this storm being so big. It's not typically our normal rainstorm. We're definitely, our anxiety is definitely starting to raise, and we're trying to spread the word and get awareness out there.
So what can you do? How can we get these people out of harm's way? Where would they go in an event like a tropical storm coming in?
I mean, obviously the main focus would be shelters, but they're going to be under underpasses, anywhere that's going to be covered. We want to try to do our best to, first and foremost, to make them aware. You know, you see the clouds coming, and if you're living out there, you don't have, you know, the Weather Channel. You don't know that it's going to be a tropical storm. You think it's just another rainstorm, so you're going to, you know, go hide out for a little bit and hope to come back. But this is going to be something completely different. So we spread the word. You know what I mean? If you see somebody outside a store or anywhere in your daily life, make this a topic of conversation. Hey, guys, you know there's a big storm coming. Like, start with that. You know what I mean? That basic act of kindness and awareness, and then just continue from there.
So, you know, when you're talking about telling people to maybe evacuate for something they've never experienced before, like tropical weather in Vegas, what do you think are some of the key messages that people need to hear to understand the danger coming along with Hilary?
I mean, the difference, right? Like, this is monsoon season, so I think that clouds coming is not that big a deal. But like I said, typically our first storm is not a tropical storm, and this is going to be completely different. So I think just basic information, like, this is not your regular storm. This is going to be something completely different. And please go inside. Is there anything we can do to help you? Do you need to know where to go, right? Like, where are the resources at for them to go?
Rob, your foundation, Shine a Light, what can it offer? Can it offer anything like temporary housing or food or supplies or some safety for these folks?
That's what we do. We've been doing this for the past 9 years. We're essentially a case management and outreach foundation where we go out and build the relationships and then offer a true and honest way out, right? Like, I came out through this foundation. So I got pulled out, put into treatment, put into sober living afterwards, case managed the entire way. All my needs were met, employment, and I was reintegrated back into society, right? Like, in a way where I was able to build my self-worth and become a part of again. And now I live a really amazing life. And a lot of the people in our organization are the same way.
It's so important to see someone who you can look at and say, you were here where I was, and now you've made it out. Rob, thanks so much for talking to us. Rob Banghart, Outreach Director at the Shine a Light Foundation. And of course, you know, we say find safety, we say find shelter when we're talking about these storms, but what if you don't have that option?
Right. You know, we talk. You know, we kind of think generically. We're talking to people that have a home,
right,
that maybe can just stay put and
right,
don't drive. This is a different situation. You've got to actually physically take someone and get them to a safe location because they don't have that shelter. You see the forecast here in Vegas. Thunderstorms begin Sunday, don't end until sometime Monday night. We are tracking Hurricane Hilary right now. We're looking at Southern California and anticipating impact from this. Not likely a hurricane when it comes here, but it could be a tropical storm, could pack high winds and deadly rain. I'm not joking when I say that, folks. The rain is going to be so heavy that undoubtedly it is going to be a threat. But you look at the skies right now, you look at the ocean right now, there's not a care in the world. But take this time today and tomorrow to prepare for a tropical storm, all right? It's not every day we see this happen. In fact, the last time we had a landfalling tropical storm in California was 84 years ago. Not to say we don't sometimes get influences from them. They're generally very weak, and they moved more towards, say, Arizona. Now, the hurricane hunters have flown into it. Boy, it was a real quick trip. From Biloxi, Mississippi, they did one quick trip through it, and they're out of there. But the thing about it is it's a long trip. They got to worry about the fuel, so now they're off to California to rebase. And we'll have more missions now every 12 hours, and then starting late tomorrow, we'll have fixes every 6 hours. So they'll increase the frequency as we'll have 3 planes that fly into this pretty much consistently. All right, there's a look at the forecast. It does begin to weaken later on tonight. We think by tomorrow morning, 130 miles an hour. By the time it gets to Southern California, a tropical storm, but still a high-impact event, we believe, Felicia.
Now, why is this such a big deal? Well, it's because this is not the rainy season at all. Typically, when you're talking about rainfall in August in Southern California, whether it's LA or San Diego, you're talking about nearly none or none. As you can see here, as we look at the rainfall bars for Los Angeles throughout the year, you can see we see most of our rain in our winter months, but we are extremely dry during the summer. So the couple inches that are in the forecast really, really out of character when we typically see 0 for the month of August. So this is going to become a big deal. Now, as you look at this, I know our brain, because even my brain wants to do it. My brain wants to look and say, oh, 2 to 3 inches, that's not that much. But this is going to cause us big problems, especially when you're looking at that rain falling over the high elevations as well. All of that flowing down into the lower elevations. We are going to have flooding problems across Southern California. Your forecast in LA, that rain picking up through Sunday night into Monday as well. You can see the lid on those temperatures, not even making it out of the 70s there on Monday. San Diego, you're also looking at several inches of rain as well. Now, San Diego County, San Bernardino County, and the city of Palm Springs are all offering sandbags to help protect people's homes. Mike and Dr. Nab show us the best way to fill them.
So we thought we'd give you a little demonstration on the do's and the don'ts when it comes to sandbagging, okay? So they may be offering free sand in your town, right? So let's go ahead and fill up a sandbag. You're like, all right, that's a big sandbag. Let's just fill this bad boy all the way up. Yeah, we don't actually want to fill it all the way up, though.
No, you want to fill it about halfway, ideally, and you either want to use sand or you want to use local soil. And, by the way, these are heavy, okay? So when you are filling them up and when you are lifting them, putting them into place, be careful, use the right posture, and don't injure yourself.
Just like we talk about when people are shoveling snow, use your legs. Don't stress your back because you could really this is a lot of weight, and you could be filling up a lot of sandbags. And even if you're not using sand, you could use dirt from your yard. Please be careful.
And of course, the reason you're doing this is so you can stack them up and perhaps lessen the ability of water to get past them and into your structure. Now, you don't want to stack them more than about 3 high at a time unless they're pushed up against the building because then they could fall over. But you could build a pyramid much higher to do it in a pyramid shape.
Let's just stop right there.
Yeah.
Now, the bags will have ties on them. Ignore these for now, okay? Best way to put your bags down, let's start on this end. We'll just lay it down. This is going to be our end bag with the closed end on the end. This part right here is going to stay open. You're thinking, oh, that is crazy. There's a reason we're going to do this. We've got some pre-filled bags here, okay? These also have open ends. Watch what we do here. Take this bag, put it right on that one, smooth it out a little bit. Now you've got a nice tight seal right there. You're going to take your next one. Same thing. Put it over the opened end of the other bag. Nice and sealed tight right there.
We got to make this
that
a
one's
team
gonna
effort
be there.
here, Mike.
And then on the end, you can put that one there, and then you're going to fold the edge under.
That's right.
So that now you've got a seal on the end. Then you can do the exact same thing along your next layer, but you're going to stagger them just like that. Again, laying them open, and then down, and then nice tight seal. Last one goes down.
And fold it under. Now, again, we wouldn't do more than about 3 layers high unless you had it against a building or if you did it in a big pyramid shape.
We've overfilled bags and tied them. Here Here's the wrong way to do it. Why? Big gaps underneath there. The water goes in. Don't fill them all the way up. Half full and leave the ends open. All right, Storm Center coming up next at 5 o'clock. Stay tuned for that. Right now in Weather Underground, Southern California under a tropical storm watch. The first time a watch has been issued by the National Hurricane Center for Southern California. This with Hurricane Hilary pushing now toward the Golden State.
Also, the dire warning of rare and dangerous flooding across Southern California and the Southwest. We're breaking down the areas most at risk.
We also have multiple areas to watch in the Atlantic, including potential threats to the U.S. Gulf Coast. Those stories and more coming up right now on Weather Underground. And we know that Southern California is squarely in Hilary's cone, including some of those populated cities in the U.S. For tens of millions of people living here, this is an exceptionally rare occurrence. The last time and the only time the Golden State had a tropical system make landfall 84 years ago, back in 1939.
And tropical storm alerts in effect right now for San Diego, Del Mar, Oceanside, San Clemente, Huntington Beach, all the way to the Orange County and Los Angeles County line. And the first time a tropical storm watch has been issued for this area. We are seeing lots of firsts, whether it's that tropical storm watch or the high risk of flooding from the Weather Prediction Center. This is going to be something we haven't seen. You
think about the impacts that are headed our way. We'll have some wind, but rain more than anything is going to be the issue. When you think about any place in the country, where do you think when you say, oh, it's just everyone drives, it's traffic galore? It's Southern California.
Where does the city shut down with even a little bit of rain?
So think about
Southern California.
It's going to be truly, we believe, one for the record books. Some historic flooding could be coming our way for the month of August, but we're going to get to all those details coming up. We just want you to be informed. We want you to be safe.
Yes, we do. That's the most important part here. Hurricane Hilary, we've been watching it, and it is a major hurricane, just absolute beast on the satellite imagery. Now, the good news is expected to lose some steam before it actually makes landfall.
You know, and the hurricane hunters that made a pass through this didn't see the, so what we have here is estimated wind speed, estimated pressure, right? The hurricane hunters will go with actual measurements. They didn't get the pressure that's been estimated by satellite. They didn't get the wind speed that's been estimated by satellite. So maybe it's a little bit weaker. We'll find out in the next advisory. Comes out in about an hour, a little bit less than an hour from now.
Yeah, we will. And of course, they will be making more frequent passes through the storm to get better data. In the meantime, tropical storm watches for these coastal cities on your screen, and further inland into Tehachapi. Flood watches already in effect for the heavy rain Hilary's likely to bring. Now, that shot that you're seeing in San Diego, lower 70s, blue skies, that is what you typically expect to see in Southern California this time of year. Look at that beautiful shot out of Catalina Island. These are going to look much differently as Hilary approaches and that weather deteriorates throughout the weekend, Mike. Really just going to see things a mess on Sunday across this region.
It really will be. It'll be very gusty. We're going to have torrential rain at times. It's going to be one for the record books, a historic storm potentially that could come into Southern California. If we look at it right now, I mentioned 145-mile-per-hour winds with a pressure at 939 millibars. I think those are certain to change here with the next advisory that comes out within the next hour or so, because the hurricaneers have gone in there, and I think they saw something that was a little bit weaker than what this is estimating. That's a good thing. We'd like it to be weaker as it comes northbound here. Northwest movement at 10 miles per hour. It's going to continue that northwest movement, then north movement here as it goes through time. And you can see that they're kind of bugging out at this point. So they made a quick pass here, then they exited this way, and now they're going to rebase. Basically a fuel issue. It's a long flight from Biloxi, Mississippi. Now they're going to rebase, and we'll get more planes that fly through this. We'll have 3 total missions that fly with this storm tomorrow. As far as the the infrared satellite. Boy, a well-formed storm. There is no doubt about that. Look at that eye. It looks really, really solid right now. Pretty strong convection on the west side and the south side of the storm right now. And we are going to see some gradual weakening, we believe. The atmosphere itself is going to be a little bit drier, a little bit more hostile with some more wind shear that kind of takes off the top of the hurricane. And we're going to encounter some cooler sea surface temperatures as well. All 3 of those things in combination will begin to weaken Hilary. 130-mile-per-hour winds by tomorrow morning, 115 by tomorrow night. By the time we get to Sunday evening, making a very close approach now to northern Baja California or into Southern California, a Category 1 hurricane, we believe a tropical storm when it affects Southern California. And this is why we have a tropical storm watch in effect effect. This may eventually be upgraded to a tropical storm warning. That could happen as soon as maybe later on tonight or tomorrow morning. High pressure basically blocking what Hilary's doing. However, the high pressure is not going to stay. Normally, we'd expect the hurricane to go in this direction. They almost all do. That's the steering flow. But in this circumstance, high pressure pushes east, relents a little bit, and that means that now the hurricane is pulled northbound. Not something that you see every day. It's a very rare occurrence for us to get any kind of direct impact in Southern California. Now, we do get indirect impacts. A lot of times systems will come in here. They're very weak. They'll bring you maybe some remnant moisture in Phoenix or Tucson, but rarely do we get this kind of approach, this kind of direct impact. But we think Sunday through Monday, maybe in portions of Tuesday, some very heavy rain here in the southwest. That includes L.A., San Diego, Palm Springs, Vegas, Yuma, getting close to, say, a Phoenix even. Cedar City heads up for us. Terrain, desert terrain, mountains all play a significant factor in how much flash flooding we'll end up seeing, Felicia.
Flash flooding is one of the big risks that we're worried about. Thanks so much, Mike, especially when you're talking about that type of desert soil. That rain can move from those higher elevations into the lower areas so quickly, and before you know it, you are dealing with flash flooding that seemingly came out of nowhere. So the Weather Prediction Center puts out these products for where we're likely to see flash flooding. For tomorrow, where you see this yellow likely shading, that's that moderate risk of flash flooding for portions of the Inland Empire. But even the green, I want you to pay attention to that in cities like Las Vegas. We've got deep tropical moisture that's going to be lifting northward, both ahead of Hilary and with Hilary. So you're going to see those that water, that amount of water that the atmosphere has to work with, increasing throughout the weekend. And we're going to get to this high likelihood of flash flooding here across Southern California for Sunday night into early Monday. What does that mean? So when you're talking about that yellow area that I showed you for tomorrow, that's a moderate risk day, and that's when we see about 17% of our yearly flood deaths. But that red shading that I showed you, that is a high risk day, and on high risk days we see about 39% of our yearly flood deaths. It is such a dangerous time, and that's why it's so important to pay attention to the forecast if you find yourself in that high risk area. Not just the dangerous conditions to life, but also to your property. Our high risk days account for 83% of the damages from our flood days. So that just goes to show you what a big deal this forecast is. Mike.
Then we think about how the terrain plays a significant role in this, and desert flash flooding. How does that happen? Well, generally speaking, it's dry all the time, right? But we know we still have some moderate to dry conditions across the southwest. We got very compacted soil. It doesn't drain very well whatsoever. So forecasts like this could be really hazardous. In some places, 3 to 5 inches of rain. That will include locations, say, El Centro and Palm Springs and Yucca Valley, Joshua Tree. Some very heavy rain that could go up through the Inland Empire. Be heads up in a place like Anaheim, Pasadena, Thousand Oaks, up toward maybe Las Vegas as well. Let's talk about that soil, in particular, like Imperial County, San Bernardino County, parts of San Diego County. That rain just sits up on top because the rainfall rates exceed the ability to absorb that because of the sandy and dry soil. And then you've got topography that plays a role, right? Very rugged terrain in many of these areas, especially those eastern slopes where you get some downslope off of those, and you get the rain that really begins to run off and fills up some of the valleys. So all those creeks and riverbeds that are usually dry this time of year all fill up. They come out of their banks, and neighborhoods right near those are going to be at great risk because flooding can occur along those and then away from them as well. I want to show you the zoomed in area here that we'd be concerned about. A lot of desert area out here to the east of, say, San Diego, to the east of Carlsbad, to the east of Los Angeles. So you look out here through the Coachella Valley. You've got places like Palm Springs, Palm Desert, Indio. You've got Yucca Valley. You've got 29 Palms. You've got Joshua Tree. I want to go to 29 Palms, an entrance and exit to Joshua Tree National Park, which is south of 29 Palms. So we're in the valley here, east of the mountains, and so you'll have the mountains up to the top of your screen and water that would run in this direction. This is Route 62 right here that cuts right through 29 Palms. It's how you would get out to, let's say, Joshua Tree from, say, LA. But I want to show you how we handle water in places like this where we get next to nothing for rainfall during a year. You could count the inches of rainfall on one hand in a place like 29 Palms. I'm going to focus on this area right here. Do you see this? This is one of those arroyos that is used to manage the water. This is where the water would run to. We have very little ability to drain the water away with storm drains. It's not cost effective. We get so little rain here. Do you want to put storm drains on all your roads? It's just not feasible. The big intersection here has no storm drains. And so the intersection may fill up, or the roads themselves will be avenues for the water to drain into the arroyo. So we take you there to it. It's a bridge that goes right over top of that arroyo. As we turn, you'll see what it is. Again, it's just a sandy, dry riverbed in essence, but that's where the water is focused to go, and that's how the water drains away from the city. This is where you're putting all your hopes, on this little dry arroyo right here. Any homes, neighborhoods right along it will be in extreme danger because how quickly the water will rise in these arroyos, Felicia.
Certainly something to watch very closely. At least they have a plan. We'll cross our fingers. But again, oh man, so much rain coming in such a short period of time. Also going to be a much different looking shot when we see these beach conditions deteriorating. Ocean Beach here, San Diego, you're going to see those waves increasing. It's going to be eating away at the sand on the beaches. Not going to be a good idea to try to be out there in that water, as it's going to become quite choppy, quite dangerous as Hilary approaches. When you're talking about a major hurricane anywhere near you, it's going to start to make those waves pick up, and we're already seeing a little bit of that. Tropical storm watch, as we've mentioned several times, the first time that the National Hurricane Center is issuing this for this region, San Diego up through Palm Springs, Victorville, you're included in that as well. So what is a tropical storm watch? Basically what it means is within the next 48 hours, we're expecting sustained winds 39 to 73 miles per hour. None of the forecasts taking it up that high, but tropical storm conditions are possible within the next 48 hours with a watch. Now, when we start to see that time frame getting into more of the 36-hour range, so day and a half, that is when quite often you see that watch upgraded to a warning, and you know that it is time to make sure you have those preparations done and you're ready for the impacts from this system. Now, the probability of tropical storm winds over the next 5 days starting to increase just a bit over Southern California, San Diego, up into LA with this system moving in. So the timing on that, of course, this will be a bit refined as we get better data for that storm, as we see exactly where it's going to track a bit more over the next 24, 48 hours. But we will expect to see those storm conditions coming in around Sunday in San Diego across Southern California. So let's time it out for you with the winds. Here's Sunday afternoon. You can see the gusts picking up in San Diego, up through Palm Springs. Those winds getting 40, 50 miles an hour, gusting possibly into Sunday night. Here's Monday. We're seeing some of those winds around as well. So you can see that the general general rule of thumb here is Sunday is going to be when we really start to see things deteriorating. That wave forecast, as I was talking about, those waves are going to continue picking up as we head throughout the weekend, and you're going to see some of those largest waves as we head through the weekend, and Hilary is close by. Mike.
All right. Thank you very much, Felicia. Well, earlier on Weather Underground, we talked with Dr. Ariel Cohen with the National Weather Service office in Los Angeles to get his perspective on Hilary's impacts in L.A.
This means that we're going to be having the possibility for some very rare outcomes when it comes to combination of strong winds, especially over the mountains, heavy rainfall, rock slides, mudslides, but also that desert flooding as well. That's going to be a major concern. Areas that don't usually get a whole lot of precipitation have the potential to get excessive amounts of precipitation and flooding as well. Also concerned about coastal flooding, urban area flooding. There's just a lot of factors that are going to come together to make this a potentially dangerous weather situation as we head into late in the weekend and early next week.
Dr. Cohen, the thing that maybe folks there in Southern California are most familiar with would be like the atmospheric rivers that you get in the wintertime, right? How would this be similar but different, and what would you tell folks that kind of equate it to like that?
Certainly, there'll be similarities in terms of the flooding and the wind impacts across the region. One factor here when it comes to the winds is that we're going to have the winds be much more on a sustained basis, longer duration of those stronger winds, especially over the mountains. And that's going to have the potential to result in quite a bit of damage. Some uncertainty in exactly where, how strong, but the possibility exists for a lot more damage to occur with trees coming down, power lines coming down as well. And then with this system coming up from the deep tropics, it's going to be bringing with it rich, plentiful moisture. And so we're going to get a lot more, the potential for a lot more in the way of precipitation and flooding. And especially with that more interior area desert area flooding, that's going to be kind of shifted a bit compared to where the atmospheric river events brought that focus for flooding closer to the coast. Now, that's not to say we won't get coastal flooding impacts. That's going to be a definitive possibility as well with all the wave action. So really just encouraging everyone to remain at a high state of weather readiness and take those preparedness actions to be ready for the storm.
Dr. Cohen, we have less than a minute now, but I do want to touch on this. How are you telling people to prepare, and when should they be prepared to stay home by? Like, when should you be home and not out and about?
Know your vulnerabilities. Be aware of the impact timing. We're talking about Sunday evening, overnight into Monday. If you have plans, strongly consider altering these plans. Know where to go when trees are coming down. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive through flooded roadways, and be thinking about what to do ahead of time so it doesn't come with a surprise.
All very important advice there. And of course, you can stay with us all weekend for live coverage of Hurricane Hilary. And if you're on the go, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with our Hurricane Hilary special live stream. Download it today on Amazon Fire and Roku and at streamtwc.com. Meanwhile, coming up on Weather Underground, much more on Hurricane Hilary as we break down the increasing threat for significant impacts in California and the Southwest. And remember to stay tuned to the Weather Channel on your smart TV.
We appreciate you staying with us here on Weather Underground as we track Hurricane Hilary for you. A major threat, a major hurricane. Category 4, winds at 145 miles per hour. We're going to get a new advisory within the hour, and I think we're going to get an update on the winds and the pressure and then the direction as well. Northwest moving right now at 10 miles per hour. It is a formidable issue for us. And if you look at the cone that we have right here, it has Southern California at the end of that. And that means tropical storm watch is in effect for us here. The first time the National Hurricane Center has ever issued a tropical storm watch for Southern California. So what does that mean? It means, okay, think about the wind that may come your way. Think about the rain in particular that may come your way because of this beast. It is a very intense hurricane. Well-formed eye on this. It really ramped up, intensified very quickly here. And it does mean business. There's no doubt about that. Hurricane hunters made a couple of passes through this. They didn't see the winds at 145. They didn't see the pressure as low as 930. So I wonder if both of those numbers will show improvements, and that means weakening with the next advisory that comes out here shortly. The track, though, hasn't really wavered. It stayed the same for days now, and it does bring it right towards Southern California here by Sunday evening, overnight on Sunday. High pressure moves out, and so Hilary comes northbound here. What does it mean? It means prepare for flooding in particular and the possibility of power outages, Felicia.
Watching there for tropical weather, also watching the Atlantic. Lots of things to talk about in the Atlantic, and we'll get to that eventually. But first, we want to talk about this disturbance that's going to move into the Gulf that we're watching for the possibility of development. Looking pretty healthy with the thunderstorm action this morning. So the National Hurricane Center upgrading that or updating it to a 40% chance of development from the 30% chance that we've been seeing. That 7-day development area, this waffle here in the Gulf of Mexico, you can see it highlighted, likely taking aim somewhere in the western Gulf Coast, maybe the northwestern Gulf Coast. You can see on the visible satellite those thunderstorms bubbling up with this disturbance, this tropical wave that's going to make its way across Florida. Now, we've been stuck in the influence of this stalled frontal boundary that's been kind of taking the moisture from the Gulf and pushing it across Florida. Now we're going to take this envelope of tropical moisture this weekend and push it back across Florida and into the Gulf. That's going to bring us that chance for some rounds of very heavy rain, which could result in some flash flooding. So today, tomorrow, and into Sunday, you can see much of peninsular Florida included in that risk for some flash flooding. Saturday, especially across South Florida, I think you're going to want to keep an eye on that forecast for that possibility of rounds of heavy rain on and off throughout the day. The rain still to come, some of the higher amounts, 2 to 3 inches possible, but I will say this is a broad brush forecast, and the possibility for locally higher amounts as we have that deep envelope of tropical moisture moving across is going to be there. Here's our disturbance moving over the warm Gulf waters, bringing a surge of tropical moisture. Can we get some rain to the places in Texas that really need it? Hopefully we'll see this not even develop. Maybe it'll just bring us some tropical, a good tropical dousing, but there is that possibility of tropical development looking there for portions of southern Texas. You can see that risk of flash flooding as well, so we'll take the rain, but not the flash flooding. A couple inches certainly possible with the Euro model, and the American model a little less bullish with what it is expecting. There's much of Texas, though, Micah, a lot of Texas, especially as you you look a little bit farther north into central Texas, they could really use some of this rain.
They really could. I think more than anything else, it kind of signals, though, that things have come alive in the Atlantic Basin, right?
Definitely.
There's something going on potentially in the Gulf of Mexico. 3 other things to watch in the Atlantic Basin. Now, this gets really interesting. So we've got a little swirl about right there. The one after it's got a little bit better spin to it, and the third one has even better spin. This is visible satellite, so as the sun is setting over the eastern Atlantic, you need the sunlight to see this. As the sun is setting, you can see how the picture goes away a little bit here. But let's take a look at the chances of formation. Lower chances on the first one, a little bit higher on the middle one, 70% on the farthest east one here. But that may not tell the whole story. You're thinking, okay, well, that's the one to watch right here, Invest 98L. Not necessarily, okay, and here's why. Well, let's start with the first one, the lead one here with 30% chances. That's the one that's closest to land, the one that's going to track through land. The 7-day development area goes through the islands, Puerto Rico, British Virgin Islands, Dominican Republic, and then Haiti as well. You look at some of the Saharan dust that's in there. It's a bit of a stabilizing factor for us here. It's not the only thing that can influence tropical systems, but it may have some influence in this. That is the intense one. That's the middle one. That's the lead one that's got the least chance, okay? Watch all of them. This will be the spin in the atmosphere. Watch what happens to all of these. By Sunday, they're all kind of just hanging out, really. But you look at what happens Tuesday into Wednesday. The second 2 basically fall apart, whereas the third one actually holds together, intensifies more than the rest, and maybe a player in the Caribbean. We're going to watch it all very closely here over the next 7 days. But these are all the areas to watch, which means, yes, the basin has become very, very active. The next storm, if it were to form, would be Emily, and maybe quickly after that, we could have Franklin or even Gert. So again, if you have, a place you're living here in the Gulf Coast, heads up, southeast coast as well.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
Ultimate Endless Shrimp is here with a limited time flavor drop.
Hey, thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we track Hurricane Hilary. If you're just joining us, California, brace yourself. It's headed your way.
Yeah, speaking of it, you see it right here. Quite a massive indication here on the satellite, moving through really warm sea surface temperatures at this point. But the good news is you see those sea surface temperatures cooling as it's going to lift north. So not expected to be a hurricane at landfill, but still nearly 30 million people who call this part of the world home that are going to be impacted.
All right, so you've got a tropical storm watch in effect. And what does that mean? It's the first time it's ever been issued for this part of the country. It means think about the items that you might have loose in your yard. Think about bringing those in. Think about maybe if you live in a flood-prone area, do I need to elevate my furniture? Do I need to bring things to the second floor of my home? Do I need to prepare a disaster kit? Yes, to all those things.
Think about all of those things. Think about what you're going to eat if you happen to be in an area that gets flooded and you don't have any power. Do you have some unperishables that you could live off for maybe a couple days or so? Hollywood, California, a live look here, and it looks exactly how you would expect it to look in August in Southern California. Just beautiful, right? Got temperatures in the 70s, bright blue skies. Maybe you're doing the Runyon Canyon hike, looking at the sign there off in the distance. It's going to be a much different sight by the time we get to Sunday. We'll really see those things deteriorating around LA. Southern California, Saturday through Sunday is watching things ramp up as Hilary lifts northward. Really concerned about the possibility for some flooding with this. And then anything that comes along with these tropical systems, Mike. We know we're not experts on the West Coast, but it's coming.
We got some heavy rain that's going to move in for us here. We think that we could get, those Hollywood Hills, the rain that rolls down those could be very dangerous for us, unfortunately. But when you look at what's going on with this hurricane, it is so well formed. It is really impressive on the water vapor, although hints of some changes. So some of this dry air here, what you're going to see is some of that may actually get wrapped into this eventually. It may be in the next 12 to 24 hours we start to see that. It might start to choke off the moisture feed just a little bit. That would be helpful. That would help weaken it. Cooler sea surface temperatures north of it also will help. A little bit more wind shear in the atmosphere, so kind of taking off the top of the hurricane. That will also help in weakening it. The weaker, the better. The last thing we want is something really intense coming into Southern California. But this is a look at the high-resolution future radar. It still holds its shape together quite well. Even through Sunday, center of circulation still visible right in here. The outer bands of rain, you'll be feeling those by Sunday morning. Then the wind that will accompany that as well. Really heavy rain. I think rainfall rates that could be 1 inch an hour are possible in some of the eastern slopes here, and then the runoff that comes along with that. There is a look at the tropical storm force wind time arrival, and for a place like San Diego, it's probably around Sunday evening the tropical storm force winds could arrive. Now, not high probability of that happening, 50% or less for us here around San Diego. It will depend on where the track goes. So if the center of circulation goes more like this over Baja California, that will help weaken it. Winds will be less. If the track goes on the western side of the forecast cone, that could mean more over water, less interaction with land, more intense winds. So just think about that. Little small, shimmies in the track could make a big difference for you here. We will see some pretty significant swells, though, we believe, as the hurricane comes northbound here. I'd be worried about swells between, say, San Diego and maybe Santa Barbara or Oxnard here, and that could go through, I'd say, probably Monday night or Tuesday. As we've been mentioning, the pattern is a little bit interesting because high pressure shifts to the east. Normally it would block Hilary and push it farther west out into the open waters of the Pacific. This time, though, high pressure goes east and Hilary comes north, and that puts us directly in the threat zone here in L.A., San Diego, Palm Springs. Felicia?
Speaking of the threat zone, we've got to talk about those threats, and one of those is going to be the threat for flooding. We've got a very rare flooding risk from the Weather Prediction Center here. So starting you out on Saturday, where you see that yellow, that is a likelihood of seeing some flash flooding through the Inland Empire, portions of the Inland Empire. But where we're focusing on the yellow, that of course is the higher likelihood, but the green, even for places like Vegas, for Palm Springs, you want to be aware of that possibility for some flash flooding on Saturday, as we've got deep tropical moisture not only with Hilary, but also ahead of Hilary advecting northward across this region. Sunday into Monday, this is what we get concerned about, this high risk of flash flooding that you see across Southern California. Now, you don't see this very often. Only about 4% of the risk days issued are a high risk from the Weather Prediction Center. Why is this so important? Why are we focusing on this? Well, because very few days of high risk flooding actually happen. But then when we do actually see these high risk days, these are the ones that are the most impactful. So 39% of our flood deaths come from high risk days, and 83% of the money that we spend recovering from these flood days, that is for high risk days. So that's what we're concerned with several inches of rain in the forecast. We've got a high risk day on Sunday. We've got even more on this coming up after the break.
Affordable design, endless possibilities. IKEA.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Call 800-784-5366.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call 800-784-5366. That's 800-784-5366.
My daughter, Natalie, she is the youngest of my 5 children, and she has neuroblastoma. She really didn't have...
Hurricane Hilary could become a major threat to Southern California. You heard me correctly, Southern California. This is a Category 4, 145-mile-per-hour hurricane that spins off of the coast of Mexico here. So it's a ways away. We've got more than 1,000 miles to go before it gets to California. Nonetheless, the track takes it towards San Diego, Los Angeles, and Palm Springs. Here's a look at the forecast cone overlaid on top of sea surface temperatures, okay? And a lot of times sea surface temperatures is one factor we look at as to maintaining or strengthening or even weakening a tropical system. The warmer the water, generally speaking, the more opportunity for formation or strengthening. The cooler the water, the more likelihood you are to see a system dissipate. So the cooler water is farther north. In fact, the water temperatures here off of Southern California are in the mid-60s, whereas the water temperature down here where the hurricane currently is in the 80s. So you can see how the intensity comes down, and the location, though, doesn't change a whole lot from the forecast that we had yesterday. Even that's really stayed very consistent here over the last couple of days. Now, what about the probability of getting tropical storm force winds? I don't think we're getting a hurricane in Southern California, but we could get a tropical storm, which is just a notch below a hurricane. You know, roughly 50% chance or less there in San Diego for that, but I think elevation, canyons, mountain peaks could play a role in that. I think you'll feel the winds by Sunday morning, intensifying through the day on Sunday. Be prepared for power outages.
Hurricane Hilary could transform the hottest place on Earth into a lake. Joining us now is Nicole Andler, park ranger from Death Valley, to discuss the flood threat. Nicole, that sounds dramatic, but Death Valley typically gets less than an inch of rain for the entire year, and it could get 2 to 4 inches from Hilary. And as we know, that could be catastrophic.
Yes, so the rain expected from the degrading of the hurricane here will be historic. We've been placed in the extreme category for potential for flooding. So we want to make sure we share with everyone that flooding is almost definitely going to be happening in Death Valley. Very little doubt in our mind that at least a little bit of flooding. If not a lot, and it could be starting as early as tomorrow evening. In advance of the floods, and then we will evaluate after what else may or may not need to be closed. But right now we're recommending that, especially if you're planning to camp anywhere, that you may want to reconsider your plans and make other plans and not come to Death Valley. And, you know, even if you think that by going to higher elevation, there's still risk of flooding there, but also potential for lightning.
Okay, so Nicole, back in 2019, the park actually flooded and created a 10-mile lake. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? What was that associated with? How much rainfall came to create that? So what how could this compare to that?
Yes, for 2019, I don't know what the rainfall level was for that, but in 2022, so just last August, we had another extreme rain event, and that one was a 1,000-year rain event, and it created what we refer to as Lake Manly. So down in Badwater Basin, the water collects there from the surrounding watersheds, being the lowest point in the park and North America, and so that water comes off the mountains. It comes down like from our areas like Salt Creek and other basins that are above that, creating that lake. And it's pretty exceptional. That was a year's worth of rain in one storm, which was 1.7 inches of rain.
Oh, wow. 1.7. That is could really put it into perspective just how much. It doesn't sound like a lot of rain, but it makes a big difference. Really quickly on that note, how fast does that happen? How fast do you see that water come down from the higher elevations and start flooding those low-lying areas?
Well, the flooding, we often refer to it as flash flooding. So what happens is we don't have a lot of plants and trees that are helping to hold the soil in place. So our soil gets quickly saturated, and once it reaches that saturation point, we can then have a sudden release with a flood event. And so we have areas that we may become concerned about and keep an eye on, but it can happen anywhere. Death Valley is a landscape that's been shaped by water. So hottest, driest, lowest, but still water has created the beautiful landscape that we have here.
Well, Nicole Andler with the Death Valley, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
I think it's so important what she said about the water, how quickly it comes from the higher elevations, and all of a sudden you have that flooding.
You think about campers that might be there. Now, typically they don't get tons of visitors this time of year because it's blazing hot. It's kind of the worst time to go there, right? But if you're going to camp there, maybe think about evacuating. Maybe think about, you know what, I've got to cut this trip short. I've got to go someplace safer, because you could be literally in a death trap in Death Valley with the rain that's in the forecast.
Yeah, and with that flash flooding in the forecast also problematic. Not just there, but the areas that are of that same topography and landscape, that could be an indication what could be headed your way as well. We've got more coming up.
Thank you for being with us as we track Hurricane Hilary for you, as we really focus in on Southern California. San Clemente on your left, Huntington Beach on your right. Both places are absolutely beautiful right now. A lot of folks out at the beach. A little breezy for us. It is about to get very windy, very rainy for us in the coming days, especially Sunday. We think you've got a day today to prepare, tomorrow to prepare for what could be a high-impact rain event in particular, but some winds that may also knock out power. I want to give you the very latest advisory that's coming now from the National Hurricane Center. I've got some good news to pass along. Hurricane Hilary is weakening. Right now, a 130-mile-per-hour Category 4. The previous advisory had the winds at 145 miles per hour, so it is now showing signs of weakening. Pressure's come up, so the winds have come down. Northwest movement at 12 miles per hour. It still is on track to potentially hit us here in Southern California. Now, the hurricane hunters had a direct measurement. I think this is why the wind speeds came down. They made a quick pass in and then rebasing now into California. But there's a look at the track. Very little change on the track here, and you can see where it comes up towards, say, Baja California or into Southern California by Sunday evening. We have not had a direct landfall in Southern California in 84 years. This could be number 2. By Sunday, be prepared to hunker down.
Now, why is this such a big deal? Well, it's because this is not the rainy season at all. Typically, when you're talking about rainfall in August in Southern California, whether it's LA or San Diego, you're talking about nearly none or none. As you can see here, as we look at the rainfall bars for Los Angeles throughout the year, you can see we see most of our rain in our winter months, but we are extremely dry during the summer. So the couple inches that are in the forecast really, really out of character when we typically see 0 for the month of August. So this is going to become a big deal. Now, as you look at this, I know our brain, because even my brain wants to do it. My brain wants to look and say, oh, 2 to 3 inches, that's not that much. But this is going to cause us big problems, especially when you're looking at that rain falling over the high elevations as well. All of that flowing down into the lower elevations. We are going to have flooding problems across Southern California. Your forecast in LA, that rain picking up through Sunday night into Monday as well. You can see the lid on those temperatures, not even making it out of the 70s there on Monday. San Diego, you're also looking at several inches of rain as well. Now, San Diego County, San Bernardino County, and the city of Palm Springs are all offering sandbags to help protect people's homes. Mike and Dr. Nab show us the best way to fill them.
So we thought we'd give you a little demonstration on the do's and the don'ts when it comes to sandbagging, okay? So they may be offering free sand in your town, right? So let's go ahead and fill up a sandbag. You're like, all right, that's a big sandbag. Let's just fill this bad boy all the way up. Yeah, we don't actually want to fill it all the way up, though.
No, you want to fill it about halfway, ideally, and you either want to use sand or you want to use local soil. And, by the way, these are heavy, okay? So when you are filling them up and when you are lifting them, putting them into place, be be careful. Use the right posture and don't injure yourself.
Just like we talk about when people are shoveling snow, use your legs. You know, don't stress your back, because you could really, this is a lot of weight, and you could be filling up a lot of sandbags. And even if you're not using sand, you could use dirt from your yard. Please be careful.
And of course, the reason you're doing this is so you can stack them up and perhaps lessen the ability of water to get past them and into your structure. Now, you don't want to stack them more than about 3 high at a time unless they're pushed up against the building, because then they could fall over. But you could build a pyramid much higher to do it in a pyramid shape.
Let's just stop right there.
Yeah.
Now, the bags will have ties on them. Ignore these for now, okay? Best way to put your bags down, let's start on this end. We'll just lay it down. This is going to be our end bag with the closed end on the end. This part right here is going to stay open. You're thinking, oh, that is crazy. There's a reason we're going to do this. We've got some pre-filled bags here, okay? These also have open ends. Watch what we do here. Take this bag, put it right on that one, smooth it out a little bit. Now you've got a nice tight seal right there. You're going to take your next one, same thing. Put it over the opened end of the other bag. Nice and sealed tight right there.
We got to make this a team effort here, Mike.
And then on the end, you can put that one there, and then you're going to fold the edge under.
That's right.
So that now you've got a seal on the end. Then you can do the exact same thing along your next layer, but you're going to stagger them just like that. Again, laying them open, and then down, and then nice tight seal. Last one goes down.
And fold it
under.
Now, again, we wouldn't do more than about 3 layers high unless you had it against the building or if you did it in a big pyramid shape.
We've overfilled bags and tied them. Here's the wrong way to do it. Why? Big gaps underneath there. The water goes in. Don't fill them all the way up. Half full and leave the ends open.
Well, as we come on with you right now, powerful Hurricane Hilary slamming parts of Baja California in Mexico. And now the storm is headed for the Southern California coast. You can already see those outer bands and squally weather and high surf impacting Cabo San Lucas right now.
This is historic. For the first time in history, we have tropical storm watches that have been issued for Southern California. Right now, nearly 12 million people are in that tropical threat zone. Winds could be strong enough to bring down power lines, but the major threat we're concerned about, it's flooding, and this is going to impact a lot of people. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris, meteorologist Chris Bruin and Chris Warren here with us live tonight. We're going to be on till 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern. This unusual and rare tropical threat is facing Californians right now. Warren, let's start out with where the storm is right now. We just got a new update.
Yeah, new update. And again, Los Angeles in the tropical storm watch. So tropical storm conditions, a possibility. And look at this storm, still a healthy looking storm, really obvious eye here. Let's take a look at the latest information with this. Still 130 mile per hour. This is a major hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane, expected to stay major, whether it's a 4 or a 3, right through at least tomorrow, most of the day tomorrow. It's going to take a while for this to wind back down to tropical storm strength, which again is possible for Southern California from San Diego all the way up to Los Angeles. And then beyond that, the heavy rain threat continuing. In fact, the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center keeping it a tropical storm Sunday evening as it is either moving through from Mexico into Southern California or making landfall in Southern California. So it is possible there will be tropical storm conditions, strong gusty winds. The power outages that could come with that, of course, something to think about. Trees possibly coming down, but there's also the heavy rain threat, which is not accounted for when we talk about categories of whether it's a Cat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or a tropical storm. But just the wind threat here, all the way up to even parts of Ventura counties as well. Tropical storm watches. Of course, that means that tropical storm conditions are possible here. Again, here's a look at the other huge concern. This is also the first time in history the Weather Prediction Center has issued a high risk for parts of the deserts here in Southern California, and it's those high-risk days that have an overwhelming majority of the damage associated with those days. Also, it can be a life-threatening situation. Baja here, hurricane watches, hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings. So the warnings indicating where there's either tropical storm conditions expected or hurricane conditions expected. Again, this is a big storm, guys, that we are watching right now, and it can't come down, can't, weaken fast enough for people in Southern California and Mexico. Unfortunately, still a major hurricane.
How mind-boggling is it to see those tropical storm warnings that far inland, too, in the deserts there in California? Really is something that, there they are. Look at them. The entire LA metro area, including the Inland Empire, and you've got all of San Diego, as well as Palm Springs, the deserts out through Victorville, and there, even Joshua Tree National Park.
So this is something people have never experienced before, right?
No.
They've never been under this type of a watch. It was 1939 the last time they had a tropical storm making direct landfall into California. They had impacts from other tropical systems before, but that makes it really rare. And so one of the things we really want to talk about today is the cone, and that's because these folks haven't really had to deal with a cone before and what that really means. So we want to break down all the impacts, everything that you need to know here on Storm Center throughout the hour. We're going to get to it, so make sure you stay with us, and we promise to keep you informed and updated of all the risks and all the hazards. We'll start out with what's been happening over the last 24 hours, and this storm has been rapidly intensifying ever since it became a tropical storm, and now we're talking about a powerhouse Category 4 hurricane, a major hurricane, if you will, that's also very large in size, and size does matter when it comes to tropical systems because it broadens out some of those impacts. Now, here's where the winds have been going just the last 24 hours. We were at 110 miles per hour at this time yesterday on Storm Center. That's 1 mile per hour below what we consider a Category 3. We went up to 145, and we were through there throughout the day. But keep in mind that this is all based on satellite estimates. Now the hurricane hunters have actually gone into the storm, and we'll talk more about what they do and their impacts coming up in just a minute. And they've discovered that those winds are maybe a little bit lower than what their original estimates were. And when we're talking about a Category 4 hurricane, it's very scary to talk about a hurricane or a tropical storm, period, I think, for a lot of folks here in Southern California. But be assured that even though we're talking about 130+ mile per hour wind gusts now, as it goes to the north, it's going to be moving over these cooler waters. So it will be weakening with time. There are a lot of different impacts that will be affecting this. Water temperature is just one of the impacts that will help to ramp it down. We'll also see increasing shear, and we're going to have some interaction with the terrain here, too. It gets complicated when we talk about where this thing is going. And part of that has to do with what's steering Hilary right now. You know, our big dome of high pressure, that big heat ridge that we've been talking about for so long that's been bringing the unprecedented temperatures across the Southwest, that's going to start to shift a little bit more inland. And this big trough is going to be digging into the Pacific Northwest. So these two things are going to be working almost like a conveyor belt, because now it is moving to the northwest, but it's going to start to begin to move in more of a northerly direction. So that's going to kind of suck up or guide where Hilary is going to be going into Southern California. Now, another thing to notice, too, is that where this cone is, notice it kind of parallels parts of Baja California as it heads into Southern California here into the U.S. Whenever you're going parallel or with the coastline, it's tough to tell. Is it going to dig in over here, or is it going to dig in over here? And just a couple of miles could make all of the difference in terms of the impacts. But something else to note, this is a large storm, as I mentioned. The cone is about this skinny. So impacts happen far outside of that cone. Keep that in mind. You might be looking at the cone graphic and saying, oh, I'm not in the cone, I have nothing to worry about. That's not true. And the flood alerts, by the way, extending way out into Utah, into parts of Arizona. So the flood threat and the heavy rain will be the #1 concern, and that is going to be the big thing that will affect the most people, I think, here in the coming days. Tropical moisture, guys, does not happen very often in this part of the world.
No, it doesn't. Whether we're talking about the deserts or we're talking about coastal areas, including Los Angeles and San Diego. I mean, it's a big deal this time of year if you get a raindrop
Yeah.
Right, just a little bit of rain's a big deal. But to have, still amazed at the fact there's a tropical storm watch for so much of Southern California right
Yeah, you mentioned a rain drop. LA on average, the month of August averages 0.
For the whole month?
For the whole month, on average. Now, sometimes maybe we get a little light shower, trace of rain, but something like this is just hard to even wrap your mind around. So let's talk about impacts, and we'll specifically talk about the LA metro and San Diego metro areas. We'll talk more about the desert locations in a few minutes, but we're going to break this down because impacts are going to vary all across the board depending upon where you live. Are you in the foothills? Are you high up in elevation? Are you near the coast? We're going to have big time impacts and different impacts for different neighborhoods across the board. This isn't just like the East Coast where it's pretty similar all across the board. We've got high elevation. I mean, some of the mountains here in the San Bernardino Mountains go up over 10,000 feet. You better believe that's going to impact your weather, right? Okay, so here we go. Tropical storm watches, as shown, they've now include the LA metro area going in from Long Beach, even to the parts of the western part, Hollywood, and then just west of there towards the Ventura County line. This is the estimated rainfall totals. Now, don't just take this, okay, I'm only getting 1 to 2 inches in Long Beach. That's the likelihood, but there's a chance we could see more than that. It really depends on where the track goes. So let's say here's Catalina Island too. This is going to have more of the coastal concerns with some of the highest waves, primarily because of our wind direction. Remember, if the storm goes into the coast or just east of here, we're going to have winds coming up the mountains, descending down into LA, and then you're going to get more of that onshore flow on the north shore of Catalina Island. That's why some of the coastal impacts could be greatest there in the Channel Islands. There are cities like Avalon there in the Catalina Islands. But if you have a downsloping wind in LA, it's going to dry you out a little bit. So that will cut off some of our rainfall totals. That would help us out and minimize any flash flood concerns. But any rain this time of year is certainly beneficial, but also problematic because it's so dry typically. The ground just can't absorb the amount of rain we're going to get in such a short period of time, and it's notable. So even just 1 to 2 inches of rain in such a short period of time can cause some extreme flooding. Think about the LA River. It's essentially a concrete basin that will easily just fill up with water. And if you throw in 1 to 2 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, we're going to have problems. All right, that's LA. San Diego. Winds are going to be a factor in different pockets, certainly in the foothills, but it really depends. Does it skirt offshore and make a landfall in Southern California, or does it come into Baja California and move into some of the inland areas east of the mountains? That would have huge impacts to our overall rainfall totals as well as our wind impacts. And so generally speaking, we're going to get rain, we're going to get wind. Right now we're looking anywhere from 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts. The windiest time will be when that core gets over you, especially through San Diego County. So late Sunday night into early Monday, that's when power outages will be at their highest possibility. And then rainfall for San Diego, 2 to 3 inches. That could go up dependent upon the exact track. And I know the confidence is there for California, but does it move into Baja California and then southeastern California? Or does it stay offshore and make a landfall in California? It's going to be huge impacts for LA and San Diego, depending upon the exact track it takes. But generally speaking, we have to look at monthly rainfall records here for the Southwest, not daily rainfall records. These are your monthly rainfall records, and we're forecasting more than your monthly rainfall records in almost every single one of these cities, from Las Vegas, San Diego, Los Angeles, Palm Springs, El Centro. There's the possibility the Salton Sea could rise significantly if this forecast verifies.
It's a lot of rain.
It's a lot of rain.
It's a year's worth of rain, potentially, in some of these areas. And that's also part of what could potentially make this so historic. And you think of the desert, you think of the Southwest and how dry that area is. 1 to 3 inches of rain is a very different deal in the West compared to, say, Georgia or New York or even Michigan.
And that's really the thing. If you're watching us right now from the Gulf Coast or Tennessee or Kentucky, you can 7 to even a foot of rain we've seen, even on the East Coast. Yeah. So you're wondering, you see the forecast, 2 inches for San Diego. What's the big deal here? But it is.
1 to 3 inches in Mississippi on the Gulf Coast is a low impact event. 1 to 3 inches for a tropical system.
You get some big puddles.
It's big puddles. Right. We get that in a thunderstorm.
Right. But this sort of a situation, the possibility for landslides is going to be there, the flooding, and we're going to take a closer look at why it's so vulnerable there in Southern California, not just the deserts, but also at the coast.
Yeah, and terrain also making a big player. This is the visible satellite, and we want to take a look at that because it helps us to really look at what a beast this storm is. You can see the structure of the storm. You can see little mesovortices actually in the center of the eye if you take a good look at that. It also has started to fill in just a little bit.
Yeah, it may have peaked on its intensity as it continues now to push north and start to see a drop in those water temperatures as we go into Saturday especially. So the weakening's happening, but look at this. Look at this high risk in those red zones from Southern California and also another area in Death Valley where we may see 4 inches plus of rainfall. Just hard to imagine.
We talked about the historic nature of the tropical storm watches for Southern California, but you look at the red there for the deserts. The Weather Prediction Center, also, this is the first time they've issued a high risk for excessive rainfall for some of these areas in the deserts. And on these high risk days, 83% of the damage that you get in any given year is on these rare high risk days. These days don't happen a lot.
They don't.
But when they do, they account for an overwhelming majority of the damage.
And if you look at the majority of those days, at least $1 million in damages happens on 62% of those high-risk days. So that really helps you understand the high toll that these would be taking. Not to mention the deaths, which is the highest toll of all, right? 39% of flood-related deaths happen on high-risk days.
And when it comes to flooding in the desert, it happens so quickly. And there's a lot of these spots. There's no cell service. I would avoid travel, especially on Sunday and Monday here, all across the desert areas, across Southern California, parts of Nevada. You don't want to find roads there will be spots, especially where you get washes of water come out, that will carve and block you can be stuck. And, you don't want to put yourself in that position.
I think another thing is don't be information blind. Right? Have a way all day, whether we're on in the background, your TV's on, or you have radio or something that you know, because this is something that will evolve. Yeah. We can't tell you exactly which valley is going to flood. We can't tell you right now which roads are going to flood. But before you head out the door to do some shopping, go visit someone 20 miles down the road, you need to be aware that there could be something really bad going on in your surroundings.
I would do your shopping now.
Yes, now is the time to be taking action, right? You've got the rest of today. You really have all day tomorrow, probably too. We'll get some rain, probably interior Southern California. I think tomorrow we'll get some of that moisture, even the monsoonal flow kind of helping and aiding some of that tomorrow as well. But today's the day to have everything ready to prepare for a hurricane, right? You need your emergency kit. You need your go kit. You need to be prepared to be without power. You want to have supplies to last you at least 3 days for food and water and food that's non-perishable.
Yeah.
And if you live in a vulnerable area, I know you know that most likely, but you need to have your go bag ready because rescues and evacuations are all going to be a possibility with this type of an extreme event.
That's right. And as dramatic as that sounds, it is an actual possibility.
Yes. So we want to make sure that you stay with the Weather Channel all weekend long for live coverage of Hurricane Hilary. Our meteorologist Paul Goodlow will bring us live reports from Los Angeles. Reynolds Wolf will be in San Diego.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back into Storm Center. Not often in August do you see San Diego forecasted to look like this. Heavy rain. We're talking torrential downpours, gusty winds that even could knock out power, and the risk for flooding, standing water, quickly rising creeks and streams, rivers, and the potential for mudslides. All thanks to Hurricane Hilary. It has likely peaked, but remember, this is still a Category 4 hurricane now. Winds have come down in the latest advisory to 130. They were at 145. Still a strong major hurricane. Pressure sitting at 948 millibars. There's a track, and it's very narrow. I mean, this is hitting California. This is impacting the desert Southwest. There's still deviances on whether it stays just along the coast and comes into California, which would have drastic impacts for Los Angeles and San Diego and Orange County and the coastal communities, or if it moves into Baja California and then the center stays just east of the mountains. That would have a much different impact for the bigger cities and even worse conditions for the desert areas. Either way, flash flooding is going to be huge. And guys, the topography and local geography plays a huge role on the impacts all across Southern California.
Well, that's right. You go to the West Coast and the terrain plays a huge role in the weather, the way it interacts with the atmosphere. And this is a look from San Diego, one of the coastal areas, all the way up to the mountains, Big Bear, bottom left, and into the desert, Palm Springs off to the right, also mountainous and deserty. And then, of course, some of the hilly and mountainous terrain around Los Angeles. So vastly different terrain across Southern California and a lot of the Southwest. And it plays a role in who ends up getting what in terms of the fact that we know the word is orographic lift, which means mountains can get more rain out of the atmosphere because of the mountains, the air goes up and it's the rising air that cools and condenses and turns into, clouds and rain. So depending which way the wind blows can depend on which side of the mountains get the most rain.
Right, and mountains don't really absorb very much precipitation, right? So that all gets brought down to the lower elevations, and we get runoff and we get landslides, we can get debris flows. And these are all going to be concerns going forward.
Right, so looking with Google Earth, we can show you, first off, just looking at the colors, where there's vegetation or where it's brown. The green, I should say, is the vegetation, and the brown is more of the deserty area. So just seeing that can give you a clue of what's going on. But as we get a closer look here, we're going to go down and talk about, again, tropical storm watches. Tropical storm conditions are possible. Heading down here to the San Diego area and looking at the beaches. And as the storm passes, the winds may come around to be more onshore.
Right. So beaches are going to be vulnerable, right? I mean, we do get elevation here, so you're not as concerned about surge, but you're going to have big crashing waves. The beaches are particularly vulnerable from recent flooding, actually, in years, and they've been spending some time with bulldozers building up berms in these areas to try and help.
And you look at this, I mean, there's erosion happening. If you get more, if you get some big influx of water here, that could be an issue for some more erosion.
Right, and the water may be coming from both ways, actually, right? At onset, we could have it in one direction, or depending on the track, it could be working its way down those slopes.
All right, now to Palm Springs, and you can really see where there's irrigation because there's green here in the desert, right? And has that grid pattern shape.
Right, you see the little boxes.
Right, so that's where the irrigation is. But this is extremely dry, and again, Palm Springs could see a year's worth of rain with this. Of course, you don't get a lot of rain. It's a desert.
Just over 4 inches.
But nonetheless, it's a lot. And, you get one thunderstorm and we can see some flash flooding. And then just looking here from the ground view, a couple things to note: how dry it is.
Yes.
And then in the distance, the mountains.
Right.
The mountains, remember, the air going up, clouds, rain comes down, it can find its way down here.
And notice how flat the valley is too, right? There's not a lot of variation there. It's just kind of a flat bowl, right?
Right.
So all that's going to run down into some of these areas. And one of the other concerns, of course, too, has to do with some of the, not just the desert areas, but also the burn scars. We've had a lot of fires, even just in the last 5 years. And old burn scars tend to be a place where there's not a lot of vegetation. And so that can create more landslides, debris flows. And if you're downstream of that, that puts you in harm's way.
And then when you look at this, first, there's not as much vegetation around, but also where there is, if there's still ash left in some of these areas, if it hasn't blown away, that doesn't allow the water to absorb. right? So that means you're going to be that much more likely to have runoff in burn scar areas.
So this is from the Creek Fire. You might remember the name of that fire. It was a big one back in 2020, part of a huge complex. And this is what it looks like now, right? So it takes years, it takes a long time for these to grow back, even with the wet winter that we had in some of these areas.
All right, tracking major Hurricane Hilary on Storm Center. We'll be right back.
Welcome back into Storm Center. I'm standing here in Southern California, virtually at what it may look like and likely will look like here in San Diego come Saturday night, all day Sunday, even into Monday. Wind-driven horizontal tropical downpours. Very unusual here to the West Coast. Let's take a look at Hurricane Hilary and where the latest tropical storm watches have been issued. This is the first time since this product has been out that we've ever had a tropical storm watch on the West Coast between Hawaii and Texas. We've never actually had watches because it's pretty rare. The last time we had a tropical storm actually make landfall in California was 1939, okay? So this doesn't happen very often. Tropical storm watches include now the entire LA metro area, and notice they go well inland to include a lot of the desert locations as well, like Palm Desert, Palm Springs, Borrego Springs, areas east of Interstate 5 into parts of San Diego County, all of San Diego and Orange County also included in those tropical storm watches. And notice the path, very confident we're going to move this into California, whether it makes a landfall in Baja California and stays on the eastern edge of that track or moves just offshore and comes in to California. The impacts are going to be drastic, but those little details between the eastern side of the track and the western side of the track are going to be key for specific city impacts. Either way, though, remember, impacts are going to be well outside the cone, impacting Las Vegas, parts of western Arizona as well. So a lot to cover. Let's go over to meteorologist Chris Warren.
And Chris, as we look at this storm, it is a symmetrical, strong hurricane right now. This is a major hurricane, Category 4 still. And when I talk about symmetrical, it just gives you an idea of how organized it is. So just say right here's the eye, and let's just draw like into quadrants. And look how similar each one of these quadrants looks. Right, so you divide it into fours, and that symmetry. This is a well-organized storm. Now, you zoom out a little bit, and not as much, but still quite a bit close in. So it is going to be weakening. That is at least something that we will watch and hope does even more so through time. But initially, we got to worry about our friends here in Mexico, but you've got a very strong hurricane still heading up to the north, watching some of the outer clouds here spinning out from it here in Cabo. So we'll continue to watch that. But by tomorrow morning or midday, should be going over relatively cooler waters and then much cooler waters by Sunday morning. But with a storm as strong and as big as it is, it's going to take a while for it to wind back down, to weaken. So it's going to have quite a bit of momentum. So with that, as we're just looking at, Chris was showing us, it is possible that there is going to be tropical storm force conditions, tropical storm force winds, tropical storm conditions for Southern California. Somewhere in here, there is likely to be some flooding. There is a very high chance of excessive rainfall, high risk area. This is a rare, potentially life-threatening situation for Southern California, especially here in the deserts where you end up getting some of the heaviest of rain. Initially, tomorrow afternoon, kind of wetting the land a little bit with the heaviest of rain coming on Sunday into Monday. So likely in full swing here by 3 o'clock in the afternoon Pacific time on Sunday, continuing overnight Sunday into Monday. And it's going to linger from the San Gabriels, the Santa Ynez Mountains, and then all the way up, even in parts of the Sierra Nevada mountains, you end up getting more rainfall out of this. And as the winds come like this, the east-facing slopes will end up getting some of the heavier rainfall. Then as the storm comes up here, winds going like this, the west-facing slopes will end up getting some of the heaviest rainfall. So this will be an ever-evolving heavy rain and wind event for Southern California, and eventually, Jackie, up into parts of Central California and into Nevada as well.
All right, well, while storms are over the water, we don't have a lot of data on them. We can observe them remotely through satellites. As they get closer to land, we can get some radar data, but we don't get a lot of information until the hurricane hunters begin to fly into it. So the first reconnaissance flight was flown earlier today. The hurricane hunters that are based in Keesler in Mississippi took off, flew across parts of the Gulf of Mexico, and went into Hilary. They only did one pass, and the reason being, you only got so much gas from that far away, right? So they did work their way on up to Santa Maria at the public airport there. This is where they're going to be based for the rest of the storm. So they're going to be far enough north, I think, near Point Conception there, that they're going to miss the worst of the impact. So they'll be able to fly through it while it's still over open water. There are more flights that are scheduled later on today and several tomorrow to get more data. Have fun. Hurricane. We've got tropical storm watches that have been posted for Southern California, and a good portion of Southern Cal is under that cone. So I want to talk a little bit about what that cone is and what it actually means. The cone is an area where the center of the storm is expected to go. So the storm center could go anywhere within that red area, and it could be tracking on the western side of all this. That means it could be making landfall near Los Angeles and then working its way up towards the Reno Tahoe area, or it could be coming in across Baja California, move up towards Palm Springs, then work its way just to the west of Las Vegas into central parts of Nevada. So any of those scenarios are possible, and the impacts will be very different. So imagine if Los Angeles has more of a western track. That would be major impacts for you. But if it goes over towards Palm Springs, you're going to be on what we call the good side of the storm, and you're going to have offshore flow, and you'll have fewer rain showers. Now, the cone gets wider as it goes farther out in time, and that's based on margin of error. So the center of that cone is where the most likely track of the storm is expected to go, and it gets wider because the margin of error is greater with time. So when we get all the way out to 5 days, it could go 225 miles on either side of that line. But when we're only looking at about a half of a day or a day out in time, we're talking 60 miles or so on either side of that line. So that's something else to keep in mind. But altogether, sometimes storms will go outside of where that cone is, and that happens about 1/3 of the time. But our confidence is pretty good that we're going to see some major impacts here across the region. Rainfall and flooding will likely be the biggest forms of all that. If it stays on its current track, some of the heaviest rain is going to be in the higher elevations outside of Los Angeles, where we could get 4-5 inches of rainfall, and that's a lot happening in an area that doesn't get any rain often this time of the year. So that's the latest on the cone. A little bit on the mountain information too, but we want to head out over to Bruin. He's going to talk about some of these impacts that could be just catastrophic in the deserts.
Yeah, so let's talk specifically about those desert impacts where we do expect some of the most detrimental concerns with Hilary to occur. Whether the track ends up offshore and make a landfall in California or comes into Baja California, we are still going to see the most amount of rainfall in the deserts. Okay, it's just because of where things are, the topography, and this all starts tomorrow. I mean, things could get, interesting here and potentially dangerous. We could see some flash flood warnings with some of those outer bands, that moisture then kind of getting pulled up to the north for Southern California. And then the high risk day will be on Sunday into Monday. That's really going to be our most threatening day, and the likelihood extends all the way back towards the coast. Okay, so there's the risk for, say, like Palm Springs. Also think of the Inland Empire. Palm Desert, this includes you as well, in areas around Joshua Tree and the Anzo Borrego Desert. You're expecting tropical storm force winds later on Sunday. So that's when conditions will be at their worst from a wind perspective. A rain perspective will start way earlier than that. And look at the rainfall to come for, say, like Palm Springs, 3 to 5 inches. We average just shy of 5 inches of rain a year in Palm Springs. Again, our average yearly rainfall just over 4.5 inches. We're forecasting that from tomorrow through Monday. Average August rainfall, not even a little over 1/10 of an inch. So why is flooding in the desert such a big deal? Heavy rainfalls on the dry desert soils. It's 108 right now in Palm Springs. We've been up above 115 to 120 for the past several weeks. It's been so hot. We're actually going to be dropping into the 70s for afternoon highs, and that ground is cracked. It's very interesting to look at, and it essentially acts like pavement. Then you bring in topography, the water doesn't go into the ground like it does on clay soil or sandy soil that you have on the East Coast. It just runs off, especially when it falls so heavily. It takes time for that water to then be absorbed into the ground. Time is not our friend here. It's all going to happen in such a short period of time. Those rivers, those arroyos that usually dry, Chris, those start to swell, and then you see expansive flooding here on the flat valleys like in Palm Springs. So there's a look at your forecast. This all starts tomorrow and really ramps up on Sunday and Monday.
I really want to drive home just how rare it is to see weather like this in San Diego. It just doesn't rain that much. It's one of those spots, if you're not a big fan of rain and you want to live near the coast, this is one of the prime locations here. Unfortunately, in the forecast, about 2 inches of rain is expected. And when you look at the area here in the Southwest, the monthly totals on average, or on record, I should say, for the Southwest is anywhere from 2 to 4 plus. And each one of these could see record rainfall for the month of August. Now, it is a dry month. In fact, for San Diego, August and July, you don't even expect 1/10 of an inch. So extremely dry, but even on average, on the wettest month in February, 2 inches for the month. So getting a couple of inches here in August is a big deal. Could see some very strong winds as well. So make sure to keep it right here and watch the Weather Channel tonight and all weekend long for live coverage.
My name.
Welcome back to the Storm Center as we continue to track Hurricane Hilary. The hurricane hunters are ready to get us more data, and it's such valuable information as we don't have a lot of sensors or weather observations out over the open water. So we need the data that comes in from the hurricane hunters when they let go of the drop zones outside of the airplane that drops down from about 10,000 feet, works its way down towards the surface, and it takes measurements all the way throughout the atmosphere. We take that data, we get a better idea of the intensity of the storm, we can get pressure, we can get wind speed, but it also goes into the models. And so that gives us a more reliable model outcomes and gives us a better idea where the storm may end up going and any weakening or strengthening trends. So they made one quick pass through today as they're setting up shop there in California. So they will be taking off from Santa Maria, but there you can see where the next scheduled flights will begin. So later on this evening at 5:15 Pacific time, we'll have a flight, and then tomorrow you can see we've got 2 flights. And as we get closer and closer to that, of course, guys, we'll get more data and we'll have more flights that go in, but also once it's over land, it becomes too dangerous because of that friction. I mean, I think it's dangerous all the time. That's just me personally, right? But you get the friction, you get more turbulence, and they end their flights at that time. Plus, we get observations over land.
Yeah,
because we have sensors.
We get those. That's the whole point of the flights. They're out there over the sea getting observations so we can better get a handle on the forecast and the model.
And what we know already is the fact that there's going to be a lot of rain with this. That's pretty much a given. It's just a matter of who gets it and how much. comes with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be interesting to see what evolves this weekend because it really has the chance to be historic.
There's a look at the flood watches that are in effect. Those will stay in effect into early next week. But we really think Sunday morning into Monday morning will be the peak of the event. That's when we're expecting the rainfall to be most widespread, to be heaviest, also the strongest winds that may be coming through over the mountain peaks as well. But there you can see the high risk. That's the red areas where it's been posted. This has never happened before.
Yeah.
This, west of the Rockies.
It hasn't been issued. And
certainly not in August.
Yeah, and a big reason for that, of course, west of the Rockies, that's actually specifically why, right? You're cut off from the Gulf of Mexico and all that tropical moisture. But also, that said, flash flood likely, right? So flash flooding is likely in some of these areas, and this is why 3 to 5 inches, again, for many areas, that's a year's worth of rain, record rain for August, and there's just a lot of rain for areas that are typically so dry.
And the fact it's coming in 2 to 3 days. Like, it's not spread out over a week, which would be a little bit more manageable, but even then we'd be talking about significant flash flooding. But this is all going to come down as a wall of water. It's moving quickly, thankfully, but even so, it's still putting down over a year's worth of rain.
Keep in mind, we're going to have banding features that go with this, right? It's not quite the same type of event as, say, an atmospheric river that I think a lot of people are familiar with, and the flood events that happen with atmospheric rivers. You may expect to have a similar type of outcome when it comes to flooding and debris flows, but the precipitation type may be a little different. And so we're going to have thunderstorms. We could have a couple of tornadoes when this makes landfall. All of those threats are going to be possible.
And it's going to probably feel a lot stormier than just an atmospheric river, because sometimes
it's gentler atmosphere. It's kind of gentler. It's more steady precip.
Like more gradual.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not as dynamic and change. This is truly a tropical cycle.
An atmospheric warmer. Right. But an atmospheric river can be warm, but it's that steady rain all day long.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? This is a little bit more stormy, if you will. Right. And a big reason for that, the very warm waters that this hurricane will continue to travel over until it dramatically weakens here in the coming days. But even by Sunday evening, forecast still has it as a tropical storm.
Yeah, it's looking more and more likely it'll be a tropical storm versus a post-tropical system before it eventually kind of shears apart, changes with that upper level low.
So a big takeaway from the cone graphic, I always feel like you've never been under a cone before here into the southwest. So keep in mind, just because you're not in the cone does not mean you don't have threats, okay? The cone is just where the center of the storm may be going. So the tropical storm force winds right now, guys, go out 275 miles from the center of the storm. So what? That's 550 miles wall to wall, so to speak, on average of how large that wind field is going to be and how far those rain impacts could be. So that's way far outside of the cone.
Yeah.
Well, we want you to stay with the Weather Channel all weekend long for live coverage of Hurricane Hilary. Our meteorologist Paul Goodloe is going to bring live reports for you from Los Angeles. Reynolds Wolf will be in San Diego, and Jen Carfagno reporting from Palm Springs. That's all this weekend right here on the Weather Channel. We are your hurricane headquarters.
All right, as we come on with you right now here on Storm Center, powerful Hurricane Hilary slamming parts of Baja California.
And now the storm is headed straight for the southern parts of California, from the coastline to the deserts. Everybody needs to be prepared.
This is historic. For the first time in history, we have tropical storm watches issued for Southern California. Right now, nearly 21 million people are in that tropical threat zone. Winds could bring down power lines, but the major threat we're most concerned about that will affect the most people, it's flooding. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris alongside meteorologists Chris Bruin and Chris Warren. We're live with you here tonight until 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern time, tracking this very unusual and rare tropical threat to California. So let's talk about where the storm is right now. We've had some changes with our last advisory that came in last hour.
Right. The big one, of course, those tropical storm watches that have been issued for Southern California. The fact that there's a cone in Southern California, we haven't seen it anywhere else in the U.S. this season.
right?
And it's not changing. It's continuing to be California.
It's still there.
California, yes.
So the latest still moving northwest here at 12 miles an hour, 948 millibar, 130 mile per hour. That's the threshold to become a Category 4. So if it does weaken any more, it will be back down to a 3. Still a major hurricane moving up to the northwest, going essentially parallel with Baja California. And you see with the forecast track here, the cone takes it right up, either making landfall in Baja. Again, the center, this is the forecast, and historical errors have been wrong by about this much, and even a third of the time, the center of the storm ends up going outside of the cone. So it could be making landfall over here, or straight up the middle. And of course, the storm itself would be with it. So we'll get into that a little bit more detailed. Bottom line, Sunday into Monday is going to be the worst of it, but the weather is going to be going downhill on Saturday for Southern California. But those tropical storm force winds, if they do come, and again, it is possible, that's what the watch means. If it's a warning, it's going to be it's expected. But right now, the forecast does have it as a tropical storm as it's moving into Southern California. Regardless of the winds, there will be some very heavy rain, and there will be some strong winds in Baja with tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings in effect. So we're keeping an eye, of course, on Mexico for starters here, Cabo and areas all the way up Baja and throughout the entire Gulf of California, all the land around there, but then it's into Southern California.
I noticed they added hurricane watches now to the Gulf of California.
Yeah, all the way around. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this is the first time this has ever happened in a lot of people's lifetimes, right? Most of us.
Right.
So we want to walk you through all this information and what it all really means for you, because a lot of people who live there really have never experienced this before, and maybe you haven't really prepared for hurricane season like folks do on the Gulf Coast into Florida and into the Atlantic, because you need to be ready for this. Kind of consider it the same way that you would have a go bag ready for a wildfire or for a flood event where you may have to evacuate or that you may lose power for a couple of days. You need to be prepared for at least 3 days of all of those things. So let's talk about, first of all, what's been happening with this storm. We know that it's a major hurricane, a Category 4 at this time, and it's been rapidly intensifying. So it went from a tropical storm all the way up to a Category 4 hurricane. That happened in just over 24 hours, right? It took 2 days, less than 2 days for that to happen. But as this is moving northwesterly right now, it's going to start to pull a little bit more northerly with time later on tonight, and it's going to be moving over water that is much, much cooler. Warm water is what fuels a hurricane. That is the energy that it needs, and that it transfers that energy over its general track. And so notice that the wind speed, the maximum winds with our storm and the intensity goes down really significantly. So there's Sunday evening, and somewhere in here is where the center of that system is expected to be. Winds at that time, 50 miles per hour. So that is tropical storm status with winds like that. So you need to get prepared all the rest of today. You have most of the day tomorrow, really. But then Sunday, you need to be where you're going to be, where you ride out this system. So Hilary is getting steered between this upper trough here and high pressure, that big heat dome that we've been dealing with that has brought us record days of heat across the west. This is going to be shoved or kind of pushing off towards the east. So winds go clockwise around high pressure systems, and around low pressure systems, they go counterclockwise. So it's going to be funneling and steering Hilary more in a northerly direction. So that's why we're going to see that little bit of a nudge within that track. So those factors coming together is what's going to ultimately push it. It's the sea surface temperatures and some shear and a little bit of drier air to the north of it that will gradually weaken it. But remember, the cone is just where the center of the storm is going to go. The impacts are going to be far outside and much more widespread than where that tiny little cone is going to be. So pay more attention to where we have the flood alerts, and that is going to encompass much of the southwestern U.S., parts of California, into Nevada, into Utah, even into Arizona. And we look at the system right now of what's happening to the southwest. This has nothing to do, really, maybe just a little overrunning moisture, but this is more of a monsoonal pattern that's bringing the showers and thunderstorms. So we're starting to saturate the ground. Even notice that we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect there into California. So timing this out, scattered thunderstorms across the region today. Notice the moisture increasing and becoming more widespread for tomorrow afternoon. As we head into your Sunday, this is really go time. This is when the peak of the event will be arriving. This is late Sunday and continuing into your Monday morning. And we'll see how long that flood threat continues after that. But that's going to be one of the big concerns as we get into the early part of next week. And then we begin recovery mode after that and all the cleanup that begins. But you need to be prepared with a go bag. You need to be prepared to evacuate if necessary. Listen to what officials tell you what to do. That's the best thing to keep yourself and your family as safe as you can. And of course, don't forget about your pets either, right? You need to bring your pets with you. You don't want to leave them at home if you're evacuating. So make sure you're going somewhere that will take the pets as well. So Bruin and Warren, this is just kind of an overview of what we can expect overall. We're getting closer to the event, so we can start digging into some of these details a little bit more now.
Big concerns for some big cities, San Diego and Los Angeles, and it's possible it's going to be happening at the same time for both of those cities.
I mean, this is the largest metropolitan area in the country, Southern California. So let's walk you through some of the timing and what we expect here across LA, also now under a tropical storm watch. These extend into the desert, so the Inland Empire, some of the large suburbs like San Bernardino and Riverside, Palm Springs, you're under a tropical storm watch, and the entire San Diego County as well as Orange County included in as well. So Newport Beach, Long Beach, Huntington Beach, Laguna Beach, Dana Point, those are all included. Okay, so I want to show you what the gist will look like as we go through the weekend. This is a future radar. It kind of paints a picture. The track is still yet to be determined, but it gives you a flavor of what we're expecting. So tomorrow's generally quiet for LA, San Diego. We'll start seeing rain later tomorrow evening. We could get some thunderstorms, though, in the deserts and mountains tomorrow afternoon. That could start the flash flood potential. Then overnight, Saturday night into Sunday, things start to really ramp up through far Southern California. We start to get some more intense squalls across San Diego, but notice the core of the worst weather still off the coast of Baja California. That's Sunday afternoon. Then we go into Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. That's when the worst can be expected here in LA and across Orange County down through San Diego. Notice the heavy rain through the mountains, the deserts, and then all of this becoming a huge rain event from even the Central Valley. We got to watch this in Bakersfield and Fresno, Sequoia National Park, down through Death Valley, where we could see extensive flooding and serious catastrophic impacts there. All right, with that path, that track, that would bring some very substantial weather conditions to LA and all of the coastal areas of Southern California. If it were to move further east, that may help us out only because, think about this, you've got terrain, you've got these huge mountains, they almost act like a wall. If you get wind coming offshore up into them, you're going to squeeze out additional moisture. That water's going to flow down into LA. If you get the opposite, so if the center moves here, remember winds are moving counterclockwise around our system, you're going to get winds from the north. They'll be offshore. So this will actually block you from some of the worst precip. We'll have worse impacts on the north side of the San Bernardino Mountains out towards the desert areas, towards Santa Clarita. So those are things that we still have to fine-tune those details, and really it's going to be a nowcasting type of situation. But either way, it's notable because August is our driest month the entire year. The rain will certainly help with the wildfire season, but this much is going to be very problematic. It's just too much for this landscape to handle. You may only think, okay, 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches here across parts of the coastal areas from San Diego to LA. I would think that's a good estimate. We could be on the higher end of that, so 3 to 4, maybe 5 inches. And then look at the mountains here. You go up towards Mount Laguna, we may be seeing 5, 6, 7, 8 inches. And that flows down into the deserts like in Palm Springs. So this is a significant storm for San Diego, for Las Vegas even. Look at the rainfall forecast, 1 to 2 inches for both of these cities. Los Angeles, 2 to 3, and Palm Springs, 3 to 5. To really compare it, we can't put daily rainfall records because those are so minute this time of the year. We have to put monthly rainfall records, and every single one of these cities may beat their monthly rainfall record in just about 2 to 3 days.
You were showing us the rainfall in the deserts. You know, a couple inches, right? Didn't seem like a lot. If you live anywhere where it's been hot, which has been most of the country.
It's 108 right now in Palm Springs.
But just think about somewhere like in the South or in the Midwest, if it's in the 80s or 90s for an extended period of time, and you don't get rain for a week, and you've got a bare spot in your grass, think about how hard that dirt is.
It's crusty.
Right? Even for typically, wet, humid areas, it gets hard really fast.
Yeah.
And it's going to run off really quickly.
Right.
Yeah.
So in the West, it's like concrete.
It is.
Yeah,
It's
it's like the surface of this desk, right? And so that doesn't get absorbed, right? It runs off immediately, and it takes a while to moisten up that soil before it can start to absorb it a little bit more. We're getting a little bit of that with the monsoonal moisture that's in there right now. It'll be interesting to see what kind of a play that is and how that impacts the overall outcome out of all of this. But when you're talking about a month's worth of rain in 3 days, that's at record levels.
Try digging a hole out here in some of these desert soils. I mean, it's rock in some cases, and so you're not getting water penetration versus like it's in the soils where it can absorb water. It's really easy to dig. In this kind of case, oftentimes this is why this kind of rainfall is hugely impactful.
And with that map we were just showing, that the high risk area, I think it's interesting on the west side of it, on the right, so the Sunday morning through Monday morning, the red, see where the line goes from the O in San Diego all the way up to the E, the last E in Los Angeles? Mm-hmm. It follows the mountains, right? And I don't think that's an accident.
No.
Right?
That's where you're getting your uplift.
You get your extra uplift from the mountains.
Right. But I also think that the track of the storm is keeping that risk a little bit lower when you get into, say, Los Angeles County, for example, right? Because at the moment, the current forecast is that it would come in to the south of there.
Okay, so here's the other thing. Take out the red. And flash flooding likely is a big deal.
Yeah. And that could expand as we go to tomorrow. We get a better idea where the track is, how the models are going. So just because you're not in that very high risk, that could expand, especially given the track and where exactly the worst precip goes.
When I think about this time of the year, there's still people that are summer vacationing. People might be on vacation in Las Vegas. They might be camping in some of these beautiful areas.
You have people who live in their RVs, their camper vans, in remote areas. I would avoid the national parks altogether because I'm sure they're getting the word out, but that is not the spot you're going to want to be in. You could find yourself in a very difficult or dangerous situation real quickly.
And your travel plans. So think about that. Was your flight supposed to arrive in San Diego on Sunday? Mm-hmm. You might want to think about changing some of those plans if that was going to bring you on vacation. You might want to push that back a couple of days and evaluate the situation before you head out and do that. I'm sure a lot of the airlines may consider some of those fees being changed perhaps.
We may even have airport closures too, especially given some of the wind conditions and how extensive it gets in some of these more populated areas where you got some big hubs like San Diego and LA.
And you see that moisture from the European forecast model bringing it up, going up through the Gulf of California, getting extra moisture there. That hot water there, bringing it all the way up into Southern California, northern Mexico here, and then into Nevada as well. Death Valley, you were there recently, Chris. Going to see a lot.
It's real. I was just there a week and a half ago, and I would never imagine a hurricane's going to be bringing rainfall like this to Death Valley. It was dry as can be. I'm trying to imagine what it's going to look like this weekend.
Let's take a look at the culprit here, the beast, a major hurricane, still a Category 4 hurricane. There is the eye. That is as potent as it gets here, essentially. Again, still a Category 4 hurricane. Starting to see some signs that it might be loosening up a little bit. You kind of see a little bit more action going on here. Maybe kind of starting to get a little bit more dry air in there, coming across a little bit cooler waters, but still a lot of thunderstorm activity over the center of it. So we talk about the center of the storm, and we talk about don't get too focused on the cone. So just imagine if it goes perfect forecast. Look at all of this. You take kind of the heart of it and bring it, try to make the same size circle up there, okay? Or even if you were to do like this size in there, bring that up to right here. That's still a huge area, or off to this side. Again, if you take this size, and then it's here, or here. All of that is possible. So it really makes a big difference of where it ends up going. If the track were to go like this or like this, you get a sense of where some of those really bad impacts could be, or extending out even more with some of those bands here. And again, this, what is now Category 4 hurricane, still expected to be a tropical storm at landfall, either in Mexico, could even be a hurricane, or a tropical storm into California. This is Storm Center. We'll be right back.
can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back into Storm Center. I want to get you up to speed with the latest here on Hurricane Hilary, which will make San Diego look like this. Standing virtually here across the bay, you got beautiful skyline here. Not typical what you would think of in August, but this is a real impact and what it may very well look like. In fact, this could be pretty tame compared to some of the conditions we'll see later on this weekend. So Hurricane Hilary has peaked likely, still a very strong Category 4 hurricane, winds at 130 miles per hour. When we look at the enhanced satellite, notice too, it was very confined, which is why I was able to get so strong so quickly. Now it's starting to spread out a little bit, so those winds are spanning out, which is also taking a hit on the overall intensity. It's weakening somewhat, but the structure of this is going to start changing. You're going to start seeing some interesting waves of moisture. Those outermost bands that are bringing thunderstorms to Baja California, they're going to start pushing northward into Southern California, especially the deserts, as early as mid-morning tomorrow, when flash flooding could start to become more of an issue. So it all begins within 24 hours, less than 24 hours from now, and then really ramps up later on this weekend. All right, so for tomorrow, we're still talking about a major hurricane. So it's going to take some time for this to weaken because it did get so strong. Even though it will be pulling out over much, much cooler waters, it will weaken. But it's moving quickly, and it doesn't weaken overnight. It takes time for it to slow down because it's generated so much energy, and it's likely to stay a tropical storm as it comes into California, which would really be something for the history books here, not something you see every day. Don't just focus on the cone. The winds will be strongest near the center, but again, the center will change as this whole system kind of evolves and gets caught up in our low pressure. So the speed, the motion, the interactions in the atmosphere and the terrain are all going to play a factor. We're going to have substantial impacts, not just in California, but in parts of western Arizona and Nevada. We got to watch the details here closely and start preparing now. Chris?
As Hilary moves into the southwest, the storm will do different things in different places due to the vastly different terrain, the ground and how tall it gets, how low it gets, how close to the water it is. So elevation is going to be a big factor here in Southern California, from San Diego to the mountains to the deserts. And that includes Big Bear. It includes Palm Springs, Las Vegas, and of course, San Diego, one of the first areas that will be closest to the center of the storm, wherever it ends up going, just based on where San Diego is located here, Jackie. But we look at the Google Earth, and we're going to take a little tour here on the map to give you a sense of the terrain.
Yeah, because unless you live there, I think it's kind of a hard concept to wrap your head around how the mountains influence your weather, how you have all these little microclimates across the region, how valleys and how canyons through the slots can really be impacted by these different types of conditions. So let's start out closer towards the coast. And we always think in tropical systems, typically when we're talking about the east, the coast is the big concern because of surge. But this is a very different coastline.
And this is going to be really dependent on how strong the storm is and the track that it takes, because if the winds stay offshore, the water just goes offshore winds, of course, from land offshore.
Right.
It's going to help push the water away. But if you have a long onshore push of wind, there could be some erosion. Could be a tough time at the beaches.
Yeah, large battering waves, I think, are expected regardless because of that. And I know people get tempted to go out towards the water to go and take a look at that. We advise you not to do that. That could be a very dangerous situation. So we'll take you into Los Angeles now, very populated area. We've got the concrete jungle, so to speak.
Can you see the gray here? And if you've ever flown into Los Angeles, day or night, you get the sense it is one big urban area.
Yes, and it's nestled right below mountain ranges, and that's the concern. So if we get a lot of the heavy rain out here in the mountains, that doesn't stay in the mountains, right?
And speaking of mountains, Jackie, we're going to go to the north. Up the Central Valley here, the San Joaquin Valley, all the way up into the Sierra Nevada mountains, and even up here, the potential for some heavy rain to lead to some flash flooding is enhanced by something else that's happened in the past.
The burn scars.
Right.
I'm like, where are you going? I thought you were going to go with the orographic lift. I'm like, where are you going with this? Okay, burn scars. So that's another area that's particularly vulnerable to flooding. There you can see this is from the Creek Fire back in 2020. I think a lot of us remember that devastating fire in Complex. And there's still a lot of dead vegetation. Things aren't growing, so it doesn't hold the soil together like root systems would.
Right, I mean, that's a big reason why you put mulch on the ground in your yard, is to help keep that moisture in. And when you don't have that, it runs off and a lot more erosion is possible.
So just some of the complex things that we're going to be dealing with, and we've got live coverage here all weekend long with a team of meteorologists in the field. Stay with us.
Welcome back into Storm Center. A lot to cover here, and all eyes on Southern California now as we await Hurricane Hilary. Now, it will weaken significantly from where it is right now, but the impacts are substantial and will have major impacts to millions here from LA to San Diego, and especially out across some of the desert areas, some of the eastern suburbs, San Bernardino, Riverside, the Inland Empire, getting over towards Mount Laguna, Borrego Springs, watching the Salton Sea, and Palm Springs, as well as Palm Desert, Joshua Tree National Park, all of these spots, and heavily traveled routes, I-8, I-10, I-15, all going to be problematic here at times and are likely going to have detours. Monitor the latest situation and definitely pay close attention to the forecast. If you can kind of postpone your travels or shift them around a bit, I would definitely advise you to do that, especially given a track like this, tropical moisture coming down in a very short period of time is going to have drastic impacts, and flash flooding being the biggest. So let's get the latest now on Hurricane Hilary with meteorologist Chris Warren.
And Chris, still, this is a potent storm right now, spinning off the coast of Mexico, getting closer and closer to Baja as it makes its way up toward Southern California. And this is that very obvious right in their eye. This is a large storm. It is a strong storm, a major hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane. 3, 4, and a 5 is classified as a major hurricane. Here's another look at it. 130-mile-per-hour winds, still hanging on to Category 4 level here, with a movement to the northwest at 12 miles an hour. It is going to be moving over colder waters, and the warm waters are like the fuel for these storms. So when the cool waters come into play, the storm will start to weaken, also getting into less favorable environment around the storm as it goes to the north. So with that, expected to be down to a Category 3, still a 2 by Sunday morning and a 1 Sunday afternoon, while it is either making landfall in Baja or staying offshore or just getting close to both. There is still a scenario, a possibility, as it is weakening still Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening, that it could make landfall in Southern California as a tropical storm. That is the forecast right now. What is also expected is heavy enough rain to create some flash flooding, dangerous, possibly life-threatening flash flooding with this now hurricane, soon to be tropical storm, soon to be by this weekend, by Sunday. Heavy rain will be ongoing and coming in fits at times, so it's going to be stormy. It's also, with some of the individual heavy rain and thunderstorms, the overall winds associated with this could be around tropical storm force, possibly gusting even stronger than that, especially some of the higher elevations. Sunday and Monday, the big days. Sunday night into Monday could be particularly dangerous when you factor in the nighttime scenario and kind of being in the middle of it as it's happening here. So that heavy rain, that 3 to 5 inches stretching all the way up into Nevada, and that threat, that not just possibility, but likelihood that there's going to be some flash flooding exists here across a lot of the deserts, and that expands Sunday morning into Monday morning. Again, the height or the peak of the storm happening at this time. So from Los Angeles all the way up to Las Vegas, San Diego, and areas in between, even parts of the Central Valley, in that. Some very heavy rain, and the potential for some flash flooding is there. Again, I have to remind you that the potential for catastrophic outcomes is still on the table with this, Jackie. Not looking like a good situation at all.
At all. And the forecast is just going to get better in the next 24 hours. And one of the reasons for that is the hurricane hunters are now going to be flying into the storm, gathering what the storm is actually doing. Up until this point, it's just been estimates based on satellite, which are pretty darn good, but getting the real-time data is really important. And then we can take that and put that into computer models, which gives us a better outcome with those forecasts that will likely be more accurate. So earlier today, the hurricane hunters took off from Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. They took one quick little pass into Hilary, more than anything because of gas, right? Normally they'll do maybe 4 to 6 passes throughout there and fly a pattern, but then they were on their way on up to Santa Maria Airport, the public airport there, which is where they're going to be based along with some of their maintenance crews to get through the storm. So we've got more flights that are going to be planned, continue to get better information and better data. Later on today, 5:15 Pacific time will be the next flight. Notice we've got a couple of flights planned for tomorrow and then overnight into your Sunday morning as well. It's very valuable information and important work that they do there. We appreciate it. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Storm Center, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We're continuing to track very powerful and very large Hurricane Hilary, which is over the eastern Pacific right now. We've got tropical storm watches that have been posted for the first time in history for Southern California. And we've got a lot of big cities with more than 20 million people that are in that cone. So you folks here have never experienced this before in your lifetimes. We did have a tropical storm that hit Southern California that happened back in 1939. So unless you're 84 years old or older, you've never dealt with something quite like this before. So one of the things I really want to go down for you is what it really means to be in the cone or even outside of the cone and be near it. So the cone is the area where the center of the storm is most likely to go. So keep in mind that the storm has winds that go out from the center 275 miles wide. So imagine if the center went here on the outside of the cone, the storm is still going to have huge impacts way over here, right? It also means that the storm could track on the western side of the cone over here for you in Los Angeles, over towards Bakersfield. We'll still have big impacts over here, but we'll also have impacts over there towards Point Conception. So take in mind that the cone gets bigger as it goes out in time. And the reason for that is just a margin of error. The closer you are to the time of where the storm is going to be in the future, the more confident you are technically in that forecast. So when you go all the way out to 5 days, the margin of error on average is 225 miles on either side of that line. And that's why it gets bigger and looks shaped like that. But 1/3 of the time, not very often, but still 1/3 of the time, sometimes it will go outside of where that cone is. So Los Angeles, you are in that cone. You could have a direct impact, or you could have it go just off towards your right, which would be a better case scenario for you overall. But we do think that the rainfall is going to be significant. You do have a flood threat here. You could get some pretty good gusty winds to go along with that, but the strongest of winds are likely to be into the peaks of the mountains and kind of going through the canyons. So keep that in mind. But rainfall totals could exceed 3, 4, 5 inches here into the higher elevations. Of course, where does that rainfall eventually go? Comes right back down at you. So that's one of the concerns in the cities. Of course, the urban flooding, a big concern as well. But what about the deserts, Bruin?
Yeah, deserts are a huge issue. You know, you don't have to go far from Los Angeles and you end up in the desert. You start to get much drier once you go over the mountains and you head into the Inland Empire where you have a lot of population because, you know, LA is expanded to so many valleys just away from the coastline. So Riverside, San Bernardino, and especially places like Palm Springs. We're talking about you. Also, some of the more notable national parks that people visit this time of the year. I know it's summertime, but people still like to road trip, and you know, they do that on a yearly basis in some cases. So avoid the national parks. In fact, Death Valley already preemptively closing roads starting tomorrow to some of the main attractions just because of what they've experienced in the past and how much more exceptional this forecast is. Death Valley and that red area where we are expecting the high risk of flooding, as well as Palm Springs, down towards Anza Borrega, east of San Diego. Those areas could see just catastrophic flooding. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where that will happen, but note that threat is there. For a city like Palm Springs, we averaged just over 1/10 of an inch for the entire month of August. August is very dry. Sometimes we get a few pop-up thunderstorms with monsoonal moisture. And over the entire summer, on average, we see a little over 1/2 inch of rain. And for the entire year, over 4.5 inches. For the entire year, we're forecasting 3 to 5 inches. And there could be spots that get even more than that. So why is flooding in the desert so problematic? Well, it's so dry, it's so hot. It's 108. And that's actually relatively cool in Palm Springs right now compared to what we've been most of the summer. And so that really takes its toll on the ground. The soil's very different here. It's very rocky. It's dry. The ground's cracked. So it's more cement. Like when rain falls, it takes a while for it to absorb into the ground. You need a very humid atmosphere, that water to get through. When it happens so quickly, it just runs off. And then you've got the mountainous terrain. All of this fills into creeks and rivers and streams, Chris, and this causes extensive flooding, and it can happen very quickly.
So we'll absolutely be watching that, including here closer to the coast in beautiful, but what will soon be rainy San Diego. Let's try to, as Chris is doing a great job putting in a perspective there for the deserts, I want to give you an idea of just how little it rains in any given month in San Diego. This month, you barely get anything. You're just above a trace, 1/100th of an inch on average for the month. So an average day is dry, no rain. Your wettest month here in San Diego is February. Not even 2¼ inches for the month. So this is going to be likely the wettest February, an entire month, the wettest February that you can think of here on average, 2 inches, right? That's what you get. So this is wet for a February month, but this is going to come this weekend into Monday. So we're looking at many areas seeing more rain than you would expect, and sometimes in an entire year. And it's going to come in San Diego Sunday night is when the wind is going to be there, but you're going to see the rain arriving Saturday night and lingering into Monday.
Friday night.
Welcome back to Storm Center, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We are tracking Hurricane Hilary. And up to today, all of the estimates that we've had on the intensity, those wind speeds that are up to 130 plus miles per hour right now with Hilary have been estimated by satellite. But now we're going to be getting better data thanks to the hurricane hunters who are flying into the storm and will be releasing drop zones. And those go from about 10,000 feet all the way down towards the surface. And all along the way, they take measurements of wind speed, what the pressure is, and all kinds of other meteorological information. And that gives us a better idea of what the storm is doing now. But we also take that data and we put it into the computer models. And so the output of the computer models ends up being that much better. And the big reason you might be asking yourself, why do we even do this in the first place? Can't we just get that like we get that, conditions over the U.S.? You can't, because it's over the ocean, right? We don't have all all the weather observing equipment over the open waters like we do on land. Also, tomorrow we are going to be increasing the number of times that the hurricane hunters will be flying. These are all times, by the way, in Pacific times, because they are going to be leaving from Santa Maria, which is just north of where the impact zone will be, and they'll be much closer to the storm, so they can save on fuel and do a number of different paths and runs, so to speak, throughout the system. So one will be taking off just a little while from now, 5:15 Pacific time, guys. And of course, once the hurricane or tropical system is over land, they don't fly anymore. It's too dangerous.
Well,
You
then we
get friction, you get too much turbulence.
And like you said earlier, we got the land observations that we can start getting. Yeah, we'll measure the dew point, we'll measure the winds, the pressure, all of the good stuff.
It all helps with that better forecast. But what we know already is that there's a lot of moisture that is heading north, heading to the States.
Yeah, it's going to be something. It's going to be something. So plan accordingly.
So this is going to be the biggest concern, right? The top concern that will affect the most people, that will be the most life-threatening, likely.
Look at the entire state of Nevada. Nevada is huge. It's huge, and it's almost the entire state is under a flood watch.
So I'm glad you mentioned that, because I feel like we've had a lot of focus on California, but it's not just California, right, guys? It's Nevada, it's parts of Utah, it's really pretty much the western half of Arizona.
And even heading north, I mean, eastern Oregon, parts of Idaho, Boise, we're going to get in on this. This will come early next week, so it'll be quiet this weekend. But those storms, that moisture is going to get pulled up quickly and enhance your thunderstorm activity more than just your typical summertime threat. This
Which is another great point, because yesterday, remember, we were like, we've never seen a cone in Oregon before, right? And so all of a sudden today, there's no cone in Oregon. They're like, oh, well, I guess I don't have anything to worry about.
It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop at the end of the cone.
There. The remnants of it are going to keep going. It's going to interject energy with a jet stream, actually, and that tropical moisture is still going up there. So eastern Oregon, as well as into eastern Washington state, Idaho will be getting tropical moisture in Idaho.
Yeah. And so
there's mountains in Idaho, too, so you get a little bit more action out of that as well. And still a major hurricane.
Look at this, the enhanced satellite. Notice, okay, so while it has weakened somewhat, it was a lot more narrow and tightly packed together. Notice it's broadening out a little bit. So while the winds will come down, pressure may drop, its wind field is expanding as it starts to change shape as it gets closer up. And it's trying to keep that energy bottled up as long as it can, especially as it heads over to cooler waters.
And we're starting to see more of those bands kind of getting out ahead of it, scooting out, and some of those will have heavy rain showers at times, or at least some moderate to light rain, but just adding to what will be some hefty totals to a lot of the U.S.
So the position of where the storm is right now is over the warmest water it will experience for the rest of its life cycle, okay? And the water is the fuel that energizes and keeps a hurricane strong. So it will be weakening with time. That's the good news. We're not dealing with a Category 4 hurricane that's going to be approaching the California coastline. But we could be talking about a very strong tropical storm.
Let's look at this here. So I'm going to highlight the California border, just so we know what we're talking about there, right? So this is the border with Mexico right here and the coastline. And then notice this. So Sunday afternoon, the forecast, still a hurricane. Between Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening, somewhere in there, it drops down to 50 miles an hour. So it could be still a strong tropical storm.
On the coast or moving inland
could be on the coast
to California. So either way, and we get a lot of talk towards LA, San Diego, but Bakersfield, parts of the southern Central Valley, huge agricultural area with seeing significant flooding like is possible. What does that mean for crops? They grow a majority of the crops here in the U.S. So a lot of impacts and many different aspects. As we come on with you right now, powerful Hurricane Hilary slamming parts of Baja California. Look at the wave action off the coast of Baja. They're not getting a direct landfall here in Cabo San Lucas, but we are getting very squally weather, tropical storm force winds, and look at the dark clouds, heavy rainfall offshore expected to impact some of these beach towns, popular resort towns.
Yeah, you can see some of the rain just kind of streaking across the camera lens there. This storm is historic and will be because for the first time in history, we have tropical storm watches out for Southern California. That's right, nearly 21 million people are in the tropical threat zone. Winds could bring down power lines, but the major threat we're concerned about for the most people is flooding. Glad that you are with us here tonight on Storm Center. I am meteorologist Jackie Jarris. Chris Bruin, Chris Warren, both meteorologists are here tonight, the Chris's. I'm glad you could be with us. We've got extended coverage. We're going to go till 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern, because we're tracking what's a very rare and unusual tropical threat. Let's talk about where the storm is now, Chris.
It is still a major hurricane, and if it does, it's a Category 4. If it goes down to a Category 3, still major hurricane. 3, 4, 5 major hurricanes, 130 mile per hour, moving to the northwest at 12 miles an hour. And on this track, the forecast does keep it a strong hurricane right through the day tomorrow, and then by Sunday afternoon, still a hurricane. But by the evening hours, that's when, some point, Sunday afternoon to Sunday evening is when it's either going to be overland in Mexico or making landfall in the United States in southern California. With that in mind, tropical storm watches. So tropical storm conditions are possible here in the next couple of days for several counties, including Los Angeles and parts of Ventura counties here in Southern California. So it goes that far north. The flood threat goes even farther to the north, but it begins here in Mexico, expecting tropical storm and hurricane conditions in those areas. But, you know, it is really going to be the rain that I think is going to be the calling card for this in Southern California. Now, if it's tropical storm conditions, if it's a tropical storm making landfall, that's going to be a big deal. But ultimately, the damages, the risk, the biggest risk to life is going to be because of the water, because of the rain.
Yeah, and people may be wondering, like, storm surge. Is there going to be storm surge? Not as much as you would think, because the coastline is very different than the East Coast. There are some shallower beaches, but if you've ever been in California, some of them are very cliffy, you know, straight down to the ocean. You think of La Jolla and areas there, but there are, like Coronado Islands, just large stretches of sand. So beach erosion, more of an impact than necessarily storm surge.
And they've been preparing for that today, too. Bulldozers have been out. They've been moving the rocks and the sand and trying to build some berms to help try and protect it a little bit. But they've had some beach erosion issues for about the last 10 years, quite honestly. So they're a little bit more vulnerable than they typically would be. But let's talk about the cone and the timing, because we've got, more than 20 million Americans that are in the cone right now and under those watches. And you've never been in one before. So we want to talk a little bit more about what that means, where the impacts are going to be, and how this storm is going to be evolving. And we've seen some really big changes already with Hilary. So often when storms develop in the eastern Pacific, they'll keep moving in a westerly direction. Or if they get caught up into parts of Mexico, we'll see remnant moisture work into the Four Corners region. California, not so much. So this storm has really intensified. The winds got up to 145 miles per hour. That was estimated by satellite. And notice we've gone down a little bit to 130. Hopefully we have peaked in intensity. But when you look at the position of where the storm is in relation to where the warm water is, it's over the warmest water it's going to be experiencing for the rest of the duration of the storm. So meaning it is going to be moving over cooler waters. And notice that the wind is going to be going down as it does that. So it's the warm waters that fuels and provides the energy to keep a hurricane strong. Water temperatures have to be a good 80 degrees or better to be able to sustain a hurricane, and they are cooler than that when you get up into that orange and yellow area with time. So we're not talking about a Category 4 storm here for California. By the time it arrives near the coastline, it's most likely going to be a tropical storm. You still get wind impacts with that, but rain is going to be the biggest problem. And I think our strongest winds are going to be over the ridges of the mountaintops, but they could be gusty enough that you need to be prepared for power outages. So let's talk a little bit more about how this is going to steer northward, because it's moving northward or northwestward right now. It's going to start to take more of a pull northward towards California, because it's going to get caught kind of between the flow of our high pressure ridge, our heat dome, which, by the way, I know those of you in the Central Plains that haven't been as hot as the rest of the Southwest lately, you're going to be baking with this thing. But winds flow clockwise around areas of high pressure. So that brings in that southeasterly influence. This big trough over here in the Pacific Northwest and into Northern California, that's bringing in winds from this direction. So the two are working together, almost creating a conveyor belt to help draw up tropical storm, or hurricane now anyway, Hilary. And it's going to keep on going, by the way, up towards and around that dome of high pressure. So keep in mind, high pressure blocks stuff. So this is going to go up and over, which is why places like eastern Oregon into Washington and Montana and Idaho ultimately will get some moisture with that. We'll talk more about that a little bit later, though. But the cone is the area where the center of the storm is most likely to go. So it's pretty narrow, and the farther you go out with time, the wider it gets, because the margin of error gets a little bit greater with track forecasting. Track forecasting typically is more accurate than intensity forecasting, by the way, just so you have that measure in mind as well. But when we talk about the rain and the flooding, notice the cone. Wow, the rain is going to be far outside of the cone. And the winds right now, the tropical storm force winds extend out about 275 miles from the center of the storm, which is wider than the cone as well. So we know those wind impacts will spread out. And as the storm system becomes extratropical, or post-tropical as we call it, the wind field can expand even further. So that's something we're going to keep in mind. Right now, I know we're seeing a lot of showers and thunderstorms across the region, generally terrain driven. And a lot of this is that moisture generally coming in with a monsoonal flow. This isn't exactly related to our hurricane, but we'll start to see that change with time as that moisture flow increases as our storm gets a little bit closer. So you can see the big impacts are going to be moving in, especially late Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday, and it will be working its way northward. And guys, I think, people need to take that time today as well as into tomorrow to do all of their preparations if they haven't done it, because by Sunday you need to be where you're going to be to ride out the storm, and you should be prepared. Folks in California are used to having to evacuate sometimes because of fires or because of flood situations. They should pack like they would for that.
Be ready to go, essentially.
Right, be ready to go.
Right, so and that's what you're going to look at right now, especially, we're talking millions of people here. San Diego up to Los Angeles, some specific threats, and the big one, of course, that we're watching. Wind's one, but the flood threat is serious and it's real.
And for the big cities, let's talk about impacts, what we'll see here in LA and San Diego and across the greater metro area, including Orange County, and then inland towards the Inland Empire. So you've got some massive population centers like San Bernardino, like Riverside. This area has exploded over the last few decades because Los Angeles is just populated area, right? So people are continuing to spread out into the deserts. The terrain here is very different than what you have here. So your impacts will be very different. Are you on the leeward side of the mountain? Are you on the windward side? And you may usually be on the leeward or windward side, but that may change depending upon where the winds are coming and the track that Hilary takes. And keep in mind, this is a very localized event, so your typical wind pattern may be switched just because of the winds, the way they're coming in from. So let's walk you through the future radar. I want to walk you through this. We're under the tropical storm watches here in Los Angeles, San Diego. Fairly dry until later tomorrow. Now, we may get some heavier thunderstorms that very well could cause some flash flooding in the deserts tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. That's where we begin. That's the tropical moisture. Some of this even getting up towards Las Vegas, Death Valley, even into the Sierra. We could see some heavy rainfall east of Fresno and getting over into Sequoia National Park and some of these areas. So I know these are popular spots this time of the year, but you need to pay close attention because these roads can easily get washed out and things can change very quickly. And so we just want people to be informed, especially visitors who aren't familiar with this. Then look at this. This is when things really ramp up Sunday mid-morning into Sunday afternoon. We still have the core of this either making landfall in Baja California or just offshore. But now you're dealing with the tropical bands towards the core as the wind is much weaker at this point, but still gusting maybe up to 70 miles per hour. And you're dealing with anywhere from 1 to over 3 inches per hour rainfall rates. Some of these areas in the desert can't handle that. And I mean, if that verifies, that would be catastrophic for wherever those bands then end up. And then watch how quickly this gets out of here. By Monday morning, we're dry, we're cleared out, and the damage will have already been done. But now that moisture's coming up through the Great Basin and really pushing up into the northern Rockies. That's when things really ramp up. So for LA proper, we're looking at generally, I think a good bet is between 2 and 3 inches of rain. The foothills up towards the San Bernardino Mountains mountains. And of course, as you go up in elevation, you're going to get higher amounts because you're going to have more lift, more moisture, and more water to fall. So we may see upwards of 5 to 6 inches or even higher here up across some of the passes towards I-15 and then east over towards Riverside. We may be between that 3 to 5 inch range. Also into the mountains and hills in eastern parts of Orange County, the coastal ranges. So be mindful of that. Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, you could see anywhere from 2 to 3 inches. There's a chance that we could be on the higher end of the spectrum, dependent upon the track. But either way, that much rain is notable because on average, Los Angeles doesn't see any rain typically in the month of August. We typically see Santa Ana wind events and fire threats. This is very unusual, very notable any time of the year, but especially in August. So there's a look at San Diego. We head further south. Again, your highest rainfall totals will likely be in some of the higher elevations towards Mount Laguna, working your way eastward up in elevation on I-8. This road is notorious for mudslides and landslides in the wintertime. Similar threat this time of the year. So if you have travel plans that take you through these mountain passes and canyons, you might want to either do it before the rain really arrives or postpone it till after and things can start being cleaned up, because trying to get around after the event may be difficult and there could be communities cut off or major thoroughfares cut off, and then you're looking at long detours trying to get around town.
You look at that 2 to 3, 4 inches. Throwing numbers on rain, I think, can be a little difficult to put your head around.
It is.
2 to 3 inches of snow, we know right away, right? And
What
2
that
inches,
looks like.
yeah, in one spot is not another spot, but showing you how much you get in a year or a month.
Yeah.
And you show the 2 inches, I think that really puts it in perspective.
That puts it
It really does. You know, people who live in Michigan, people who live in North Carolina, people who live in Mississippi are saying 2 to 3 inches.
That's Tuesday.
That's nothing. But in a place that gets no rain this time of the year, and the ground is hard as a rock, right? Because you haven't had any rain. You've got rocky terrain in some of these areas. You've got elevation that are all working against that. It's a lot of rain. It's a month's worth of rain. It could be a year's worth of rain, depending exactly where that falls.
This is one of the times you need to stay tuned in, right? You can't check out for the weekend because we're not going to know until it's happening the trouble spots. And even then, there's going to be a little bit of a lag time. So flood watch is posted here for Southern California. I mean, California is a big state. Nevada is a big state. Arizona, this is a huge chunk of the U.S. here. And the western states are very large, and you can see the extent of this going all the way up to Montana.
This is tomorrow already.
Yeah.
Right? This is not Sunday yet. This is tomorrow.
You know, I think about a lot of tourists and travelers from other countries. You know, they kind of make their way into these larger areas and then will distribute up to some of the more popular parks like Yosemite, also Sequoia, into Las Vegas and all. But I don't even know if everyone knows what's about to happen. They're looking at general forecasts. So getting that word out is going to be huge, even if you don't live here.
I think people are starting to talk about it. I'm starting to hear.
From a local perspective,
yes, from a local perspective, they sure are. You know, preparations are underway. Some of these communities are offering free sandbagging, so you can, you know, try and do a little perimeter around your home, or if your home typically floods. Sandbags are only going to do so much in some of these spots, though, when you're talking about a high risk.
A lot of times, this time of year, we'll be talking about usually a cone affecting Florida, and we say if you just moved to Florida, you know, you might not know what to expect. Here, you could have lived in California your whole life and not know what to expect with this situation.
Unless you've been in a hurricane or have lived in Florida or an area that experiences tropical weather, it's hard to wrap your mind around it.
But it's not. But the rainfall and the wind is not going to interact with Florida. It's interacting with California, which is a whole different deal. And these high-risk days, again, the Weather Prediction Center, first time they've issued it for some of these desert areas, and this is when you get 83% of flood damages. So an overwhelming amount of the damages happen on high-risk days, and there's not a lot of those days.
Right. And as for fatalities or deaths, 39% of flood-related deaths happen on high-risk days. So that's our Sunday morning into Monday morning when the highest risk is going to be.
And here comes that moisture. Look at that going up right up the Gulf of California and into Southern California, and then it just lingers and heads north.
Yep, it's going to be working its way northward. We're going to watch for heavy rain. That flood risk extends into parts of the Pacific Northwest, the Intermountain West. So I know you guys aren't under alerts there right now. I know you're not in the cone anymore, but I promise there's still going to be some impacts in areas, and you need to be aware and alert for that. And that's going to be more likely a Monday, Tuesday-ish event for you up there.
Yeah, so, I mean, you see the rain, how high that is. Notice almost the bulk of California, not even in drought anymore. And where does this water go? Because a lot of these reservoirs filled up after this historic winter we just had. This would be one thing if it was coming off a dry year, we could handle that kind of surge. But if you bring in that amount of water in such a short period of time, where does it go? Dam, possible failures is a concern when you have that kind of a load.
We'll be right back.
I'm saving with Liberty Mutual, Mom. They customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. You could save $700.
Welcome back into Storm Center. Thanks for joining us here on your Friday evening. A lot to unpack here this evening as we track Hurricane Hilary headed towards Mexico and California. This is a virtual view of what San Diego will look like later this weekend. So get ready for torrential tropical downpours. These are heavier than your typical quick-moving downpours you see with the monsoon season. This is heavy rainfall along with high winds that could exceed 40 to 60 miles per hour in gusts at times. So we're talking about the risk for power outages, down trees. We've got to watch that closely. All right, so right now the latest advisory, 130 miles per hour. So it has weakened a little bit. Still a major Category 4 hurricane, and it's moving to the northwest. So it's made that northerly component of the motion. It's made that turn, starting to make that turn and paralleling the coast at 12 miles per hour. Right now, putting it about 80 miles west of some Socorro Island, just offshore of Baja California. So where does it go from here? It's going to continue in that northwesterly fashion. It may make a landfall in Baja California, and there's a good chance it may skirt the coast and actually make landfall in California, which would be really, really rare. Has only happened just a couple of times over the last 150, 200 years, and certainly something to watch. If it does stay over the coast longer, the impacts for Los Angeles and San Diego would be much more impactful than if it were to come into Baja California and then come into California from the land. Either way, we're going to see significant weather, especially in the form of rain. And you have to look at the topography, guys, when you talk about a forecast like this.
And as Hilary moves into the southwest, the storm could have different impacts in different areas, and that is due vastly because of the extremely different terrain. And there's beaches, of course, at the coast in California. There's even mountains at the beaches in some places, and then there's mountains inland, and there's also deserts inland. So it's the land, it's the elevation or the lack of elevation. It gets very complicated very quickly in the west when it comes to the terrain. So that's what we're going to talk about right now. You see some of the live pictures, but we're going to show you kind of from above, zooming down to the ground, kind of what's going on here with Google Earth, which helps us really show you what the weather's going to be interacting with. It's the land.
Yeah, it's complicated. We've got coastal areas, we've got valleys, we've got canyons, we've got mountains, we've got desert. And this is all over, a couple of miles in some situations. It can vary really significantly. So we'll start out in some of the coastal areas. And the coast in California, very different from say the Gulf Coast or from the East Coast. And this really shows you how the terrain and the elevation changes almost right off the bat.
Yeah, you can see some of the hills here as well. But if depending on the track of the storm, it's possible that as it goes north, the winds, once the low passes, will turn to be onshore. So the waves coming in maybe farther and further enough to create some beach erosion, at the very least, some rough surf.
Right.
Dangerous conditions.
You can see that, there's been erosion here already, right? But we've got the nice big beach here, and that's all really flat. So there's certainly going to be some type of runoff and also a lot of wave action. So you don't want to get close and take a look at those waves, or you can get yourself in trouble.
And here's a look. We saw this a lot with the atmospheric rivers, the mountains getting extra lift, and you can see the San Gabriels here. And when the air is, or the wind is blowing this way, blowing that very tropical air into those mountains to get extra lift, and then the rain falling here, you can see the gray. That's concrete.
Right. So urban flooding is what we would call that, right? There's no ground there, not a lot of ground anyway, to really absorb any of the moisture. So this would just all run off potentially, and that's a lot of rain for Los Angeles. Even an inch of rain is a lot of rain for Los Angeles.
So there's a lot of threats with this, of course. There's the flash flood threat. Crop damage is still a possibility with flooding and the heavy rain, but also some of the burn scars make those areas much more susceptible to debris flows, mudslides, and even landslides.
And that can be an issue for a couple of years. So it's not just fires that have been burning this calendar year. It's the last several years. This is a look at the Creek Fire. You might remember that one from 2020. It was a very large wildfire that burned tons of acres. And there you can see what the vegetation, or lack thereof anymore, looks like, right? So we have all of this debris around. None of these are living. And so the root systems usually suck up moisture from the soil and hold the soil together. Neither of those things are going to be happening in this area. So when precipitation falls, it runs off. And what happens to all that debris? We get the debris flows.
That's right. Again, it is complicated. There's a lot we're not really going to know until it's happening. So it's very important to stay with the Weather Channel all weekend long with our live continuing coverage.
You won't overpay for glasses if you shop at America's Best. They offer 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam starting at just $79.95. I can see from your expression that you find that shocking. And you don't have ears.
Welcome back into Storm Center. A lot to unpack here this evening as we watch Hurricane Hilary continuing to barrel through the East Pacific towards Mexico and California, as well as the desert Southwest. A virtual view of San Diego. Hard to imagine San Diego looking like this time of the year, especially. I mean, this is going to rival some of your wettest days in recent memory that you've gone through, just because we don't get a purely tropical system all that often. It's very rare to get a setup like this, but here we go. This is where we're at this weekend, and tropical storm watches are up, and that now include just about the entire LA metro area that extend well out into the deserts and all of metro San Diego as well, including Orange County. All right, so here's a look at the path. You can see the consistency here with the latest model runs have been notable, skirting right up the coast with a possible landfall off the Southern California coast, coming in near LA or just north of San Diego, and then moving up through parts of the southern Central Valley and the southern Sierra as it goes up into Nevada. Again, don't just focus on the center. That may be where the heaviest or the highest rain or wind may be, but the rainfall is going to extend well outside of that. And the rain begins as early as tomorrow as we get that tropical moisture, those outermost influence bands and moisture to surge into Southern California on your Saturday. So time to start preparing and wrapping up those plans. Prepare for this. This is not something that you want to be caught unprepared for, Chris.
That's right. You got to think about what is possible, what your plans are going to be, and perhaps that's just monitoring what's going on. I think that's the number one thing. Stay informed with this, because this has the potential for being a life-threatening situation. And anytime something happens that we haven't seen before, an actual tropical storm possibly making landfall in Southern California, there's a lot we don't know. There's not a lot to compare it to. So certainly is very important. We hope for the best. Hopefully it just ends up being like, some of these atmospheric river events we've seen, but this is a different beast, a different animal, and you can see that by looking at this. Still a major hurricane, Category 4 Hurricane Hilary, just south of Cabo right now, and it is moving to the northwest at 12 miles an hour. It will continue to do so, but then go over much, much cooler waters, and with that, the winds will really die down. However, moisture is still there, and it's going to have the momentum that the weakening on Sunday afternoon, when the rain will already be ongoing. Winds here in this part of Baja still at hurricane strength, and weakening from Sunday afternoon to Sunday evening will still be, whether it's here or here, more likely over here, Tropical Storm Hilary. possibly making landfall here in Southern California. Flood watches, so the life-threatening flooding, this is a widespread heavy rain event. And this is a look at the forecast really going here. Light to moderate rain initially on Saturday afternoon for Southern California, but even into Las Vegas and into Utah and Arizona. Peak heating of the day possibly coming in the form of thunderstorms. So this is tropical moisture thunderstorm kind of activity. Again on Sunday, could be most of the day. So hours and hours potentially, maybe not nonstop rain, but band after band, round of round, could lead to some very unfortunate circumstances here for people that are caught off guard or just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Landslides, mudslides, debris flows, flash flooding. This is something the Weather Prediction Center has not done until today. High risk Sunday morning into Monday morning for some excessive rainfall. And it's these days we see the majority, vast majority of the damage from flooding events. So this is a potentially very serious situation that will be unfolding, Jackie, this weekend, especially Sunday going into Monday morning.
All right, I want to update you on the hurricane hunters. We're about 45 minutes away from their next flight into Hurricane Hilary. They made their first flight sort of earlier today, leaving Keesler Air Force Base. You can kind of see that light little line of their track where they went, and you can see they made one little pass here through Hilary, and then they worked their way on up to Santa Maria Airport. So typically they're based at Keesler, and that's where they do most of their flights from, but this time around, for closer proximity, they're going to be in Santa Maria. So that should be north of where the big impacts are going to be, so that's a good safe place for them to be, and they'll continue to make their runs and collect data, which then will get put into our computer models to give us a better forecast. So this is a really good thing that they're doing that. So getting ready to take off 5:15. This is Pacific time. And then notice we have 2 more flights scheduled for tomorrow and another one overnight into Sunday morning. You're watching Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We are tracking the very latest with Hurricane Hilary, which is a major hurricane packing winds around 130 miles per hour right now. It is moving closer and closer to the coast of California, and big impacts are going to be felt as early as tomorrow. I know we've got some monsoonal showers and thunderstorms across parts of the Southwest right now, but the big rains are really going to be peaking, we think, on Sunday into your Monday. I want to talk about the cone of uncertainty. You know, we've got more than 21 million people that are under tropical alerts right now in Southern California, and we've got areas that are in a cone that have never been in a cone before. So you might be asking yourself, what does this really mean for me? So I want you to understand, first of all, that the cone is really just an estimate of where the center of the storm is expected to go. It's not an impact cone. It's just where the center is expected to track. So the impacts are going to be felt far outside of where this little skinny cone is going to be going. But you may have some of the strongest wind impacts potentially if you're within that cone. That's one thing to keep in mind, especially into the higher elevations here where the gusts will be a little stronger. But San Diego, Los Angeles, Palm Springs, even on up into parts of Nevada that are under that cone. Now, the cone could adjust a little bit here or there over the next day or two, but generally a pretty solid track forecast. But one thing to keep in mind as well, the center of the cone is where the current forecast is expected to be, but it could be over here on the edge of the cone, and it could go up towards Palm Springs and then heading on up towards Tonopah, or it could stay on the western side of this cone. We could be talking about landfall potentially in Los Angeles, moving up towards Bakersfield, and then moving up into Nevada. So all of those things are still going to be possibilities and may have a really significant difference on the impacts that you're going to get by just a couple of miles. Now, the cone is getting bigger with time. And you might be asking yourself, why is that? It has to do with certainty, okay? The farther out in time we get, the less confidence that we have in our forecast. And so it's the average margin of error on either side of that cone. So you get out to 5 days, the margin of error is 225 miles. You get out there less than a day, we're talking only about 30 miles difference. But about a third of the time altogether, the storm will track outside of the cone. Doesn't happen very often, but once in a while it will. And I like this graphic in a way too, because this shows you a very large storm, and our storm is very large. In fact, the tropical storm force winds extend out 275 miles from the center of the storm, which is far outside of the size of what that cone is right now for the next 3 days. So that's something else to keep in mind too. Rainfall will likely be leading to some really heavy flooding. This could be catastrophic in some situations. Flood rescues, evacuations are all going to be possibilities in some areas. That's not going to happen everywhere, and we can't really pinpoint exactly where that's going to happen. So you need to be ready for all of those possibilities, and you need to be ready to lose power too. But as for rainfall across the Los Angeles area, on out into the mountains as well, that's where we're expecting heavier rainfall because we get what we call orographic lift. So that moisture and the air can't go through the mountains, right? It gets lifted up, and so that squeezes out more moisture and brings you heavier amounts. But of course, it doesn't stay in the mountains, right? Because of gravity and because of not a lot of vegetation in these areas, all of that begins to run down the mountain and head down into the valleys. So that's some of the urban areas and some of the mountain areas. What about the deserts, Bruin?
You go on the other side of those mountains and you really dry out, but that's where we actually have the highest risk for flash flooding. This is also where we may see the most significant rainfall totals. The National Weather Service at San Diego has now put out their latest forecast over the last few hours, and they're calling for the potential of double-digit rainfall totals on the highest peaks near Mount San Jacinto, that's near Palm Springs, and then down through the mountains of the Anza Borrego Desert. So that's east of San Diego, but that's right in that zone where we expect the very likelihood of flash flooding. Death Valley also expected to have significant rainfall totals, significant being a year's worth of rain in about a 2 to 3 day period. That's hard to even wrap your mind around because on average we see about 1/10 of an inch in August for the month in Palm Springs. For the entire summer we see about 1/2 inch of rain and then over 4.5 inches. And when it floods in the desert, it is notable, partly because it's so hot, so dry, everything's so harsh. It's like concrete. That hot ground cannot handle that kind of water. It can't be absorbed, so it runs off. And when we talk about flooding, Chris, the fact that it's flash flooding, it's violent and it can be very destructive.
And Chris, while the amount of rain might not be as much in some of the coastal areas like here in San Diego, it's the fact that you could have a few inches of rain going all the way up into Los Angeles. So widespread heavy rain that can overwhelm drainage systems. And you don't get a lot of rain any month of the year. Your wettest month is February, 2.2 inches. 2 and just under a quarter. So not even 2.5 inches for the whole month. August and July, you add them together, you don't even get 1/10 of an inch. And so this is what it looks like here, 2 inches widespread and a lot more in the mountains. It looks like it's really going to be peaking Sunday night into Monday.
Welcome back to Storm Center. The hurricane hunters less than a half an hour away from making their latest flight into Hurricane Hilary. Expected to take off at 5:15 Pacific time. It's got more scheduled flights tomorrow and into your Sunday, of course, as well. So, guys, very valuable information that we'll be getting from this. They release their dropsons. We get data from all different levels in the atmosphere from 10,000 feet and below. Yep. We take the info, we put it in the computer models, and we get a better idea of what's going to happen happen. So details will get better in the next 24 hours plus.
And they're about to take off soon. And we're also about to get updated advisory here for her.
Yeah, any minute. Should be in by the top of the hour. We'll get that to you as soon as we can.
All right, let's hit the latest, shall we?
I think that's a good idea. I want to start off right now with a look at the flash flood threat, which does include a high risk here, a very rare high risk, and it's the first time in California for that, or at least in the deserts there. 3 to 5 inches widespread. That is the big threat out of this, what is still a major Category 4 hurricane. All right, we're getting word that the advisory is coming in, and it is still a Category 4 hurricane.
Yep, 130 miles.
And it looks like it's impressive still. Still looks like it would be. And on this track, get a new update on the cone. We'll be in at 11 o'clock Eastern time.
And we'll have that recon data then too, right? So we'll see if there's any changes in intensity.
Maybe not the information into the models, but their actual observations.
Right.
Yeah. And so this is the forecast here through time. Again, as we look at the possibility of this coming on shore. This could be a landfalling tropical storm for Southern California, but right now still a major hurricane. It's a Category 4, 130 miles an hour.
Yeah, a lot to cover here. So we'll continue to dissect and unpack all of the details when it comes to track forecasts specifically for Southern California, but that's more than just a short little conversation. So stick around for the entire show. We're still on another hour here on Storm Center. We'll bring you all of those details. Simultaneously. My mind's going like 100 miles per hour. There's a lot going on.
There is, and we focused a lot on the East Pacific and Hilary, and rightfully so. But we got to talk about the Atlantic because we don't want folks in the Gulf to
wake up on Monday
off guard and been like, all you talked about was Hilary. What's happening here in the Atlantic?
We've got several areas to watch. One off the coast of Florida, which will increase our ranges. You can clearly see that stalled out frontal boundary. And the Gulf of Mexico is prime right now for development. So when that area to watch gets into the Gulf of Mexico, it could develop. And they've increased the odds now to 50% chance of development. This is really going to be something we'll watch early next week as it heads into the Western Gulf, possibly Texas.
Again, this is where it is now. This is where the possible development area is. So there's actually something that we can key in on now. But as it gets over there, and so I guess one little piece of good news is that it hasn't developed yet and then entered into the Gulf. It could be entering as it's moving across.
That said, we've got a lot of tropical moisture, and that's going to be moving into Florida already this weekend. So keep in mind, you're going to get some heavy downpours. You could get some localized flash flooding, but we're not talking about an organized system. So our big heat high, everything's going back to this heat high, right? That's going to help prevent this from hitting, say, the north central or eastern Gulf Coast.
And keep it further south.
Yeah, keep it squashed down and move it in a westerly direction. That said, we'll get a little weakening with that potentially that will turn it a little closer towards Texas. That would be more of a concern if this is allowed to organize enough in the Gulf.
And any development would be pretty close to shore, so it would be a rather quick development, and we don't want people to be caught off guard by that because it stays pretty uneventful until then you've got possible depression or more organized system. That's if it gets to that point, but the chances there, the conditions are favorable. Hot conditions. We've seen this time and time again in the Gulf of Mexico. You know, something that was supposed to be just an increase in rain becomes something much more impactful. So South Texas could use the rain. We may get a little bit too quickly in a short period of time, so flash flooding will be something we'll watch for. Anywhere from Corpus Christi south now looks more likely for impacts next week.
And we're still watching Hilary right now. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center is in, and no significant changes at all here. Still 130 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane. It looked like for a while it was starting to loosen up, maybe weaken a bit, but that is not the case right now. The storm moving still off to the northwest at 12 miles an hour.
Stay with the Weather Channel all weekend long for live coverage. We've got Paul Goodloe in Los Angeles. We've got Reynolds Wolf, who's going to be in San Diego, and Jen Carfagno in Palm Springs.
All All right, live look at, wow, Cabo San Lucas starting to get some rain hitting the lens. You can see the palm trees starting to blow. Wild waves crashing in here along the shore. And we're not getting a direct landfall here in Cabo, so we've been spared the worst. But boy, conditions are starting to change. Look at that overwash there on some of the sand from this angled view of the hotel villa webcam, showing you some nasty choppy seas right there. This is as we join you this evening on Storm Center. Powerful Hurricane Hilary slamming parts of Baja California right now and headed straight into parts of Southern California. But everybody across Southern California will see impacts.
This is historic. For the first time in history, we have tropical storm watches out for Southern California. Right now, nearly 21 million people are in the tropical threat zone. Winds could bring down power lines, but the major threat we're most concerned about for the most people is flooding. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris alongside meteorologist Chris Bruin and Chris Warren. We are live with you tonight for another hour. So we're extending our coverage not only tonight, though, by the way, all throughout the weekend.
Yeah,
we want to keep you updated. We want to keep you informed as there'll be new information and changes. This is a really rare and really unusual tropical threat to California.
There is a new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. I want to read you just some of the language from the advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Life-threatening and potentially catastrophic flooding likely over much of Baja California and the southwestern United States this weekend and early next week.
And to go along with that,
strong words.
Those are strong words. I mean, catastrophic is not a word used lightly, especially given these kind of rainfall totals in the desert locations of California where the heaviest rainfall will likely fall. National Weather Service San Diego now putting out their estimated forecast. We may get double-digit rainfall totals in some of the mountains in Southern California and gusts that could exceed 60 to 80 miles per hour.
So let's go ahead right now and take a look at what is bringing all of those threats. And that is still Major Hurricane Hilary, still 130 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane. Looked like for a minute it was going to start to weaken. Not the case. It is just on the edge of some of the colder waters, which eventually, cooler waters, I should say, which will help it weaken because the warm waters like to fuel. And so expecting it to continue to weaken as it approaches Baja. But as it does, I mean, this is still a large storm. Even if it's right here, you're still going to be battered by strong winds and heavy rain there along Baja. And then eventually, if it takes this route, we are talking about a landfalling tropical storm. The forecast is to keep it below a hurricane, but it doesn't get below a hurricane until sometime late in the day on Sunday. So the very rare first-time tropical storm watches have been posted for millions of people here in Southern California and going back since watches have been issued. Flood watches, of course, the huge concern, the flood threat, the huge concern, expecting hurricane conditions in Baja and tropical storm conditions as well. And then again, we're going to be watching this threat heading up to the north. So with that, again, as we're watching these threats, Jackie, you're going to be looking at the timing of this and the cone. And just, I mean, sometimes people will say it doesn't really matter, you know, where it goes on the cone, but it does, especially when we look at the terrain and the water. Things get complicated in California very quickly.
They do, and just a few miles could make a huge difference if it goes just to your west or just to your east, right? Yeah. Getting on the bad side of the storm or the good side of the storm, how close you'll get to some of the strongest of winds, and will your winds be onshore or offshore through the duration? So all of these questions we're going to do our best to answer for you in the next couple of days as you get prepared, and I really want to emphasize that now is the time to get prepared if you're not already. I know you guys here, especially in California and other parts of the Southwest, you're usually ready to go for things like wildfires. You're ready for things to go like flooding. There will be flooding for this, so you need your go bag. Now's the time where you take in that loose furniture, you bring in the garbage cans, you know, bring in the kids' toys, things like that, because wind could be an issue where you are. But have that bag ready with all of your medicines, charged phones, your pets. You know, make plans for your pets also because they can be be impacted by all of this. Now, this shows you the forecast cone, and we talk a lot about the forecast. Chris was mentioning that it's over some of the warmest waters right now, but it's starting to get on the edge of the cooler waters. So we do expect this is going to slowly begin to weaken with time. The waters are way too cool up here to be able to support a growing system, so it winds down, but it doesn't just wind down like that, right? It takes a while because of the momentum, not to mention that the forward speed is going to pick up. So we're not talking about a Category 4 hurricane making landfall in California, but we are talking about a tropical storm that could be doing that, or we could be talking about landfall in Baja California and working its way inland. But either of those scenarios will be bringing major impacts. So that is for sure that we know. Hilary is actually getting steered between two different things that are going on. Big dip in the jet stream here across parts of the west, but also that big ridge of high pressure, our big heat dome, which is starting to shift a little farther off towards the east. Our winds go clockwise around areas of high pressure. They go counterclockwise around areas of low pressure. So what we get is that kind of a conveyor belt type of an effect, funneling the winds and drawing Hilary up towards the north. That's why we're seeing our direction changing from northwest to more northerly, and that's what helps to put California more in play, not just Baja California. We need the heat of the ocean to sustain a storm. It's the fuel within a storm. It's one of the factors. Dry air, wind shear, all of those things also impact it. But the cone is just the area where the center of the storm is expected to go. The impacts are going to be far, far outside of where the cone is. And you might be asking yourself, too, we've talked a lot about California, but we have major flood concerns here into Nevada. We've got major flood concerns into western parts of Arizona. We've already had flooding in some areas today because of monsoonal thunderstorms. It's not good to have a flood problem in the days before a tropical problem, okay? So that is concerning to me. And that moisture also works into southern parts of Utah. So here's a look at where those thunderstorms are now. I'm especially concerned about the clustering of thunderstorms right here in southern Arizona near the border. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and we're starting to get more flash flooding warnings in effect. So that's never a good thing to see. But we do think, guys, the main impacts are going to be coming in on Sunday into Monday. That's going to be the worst of the conditions that are going to be bearing down here overall. So we've got most of tomorrow to get through, and then you need to be staying put and being ready.
Yeah.
And that includes, of course, millions and millions of people. Chris, San Diego to Los Angeles, and even in some of the inland valleys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole inland empire impacted here. And let's talk about some of those impacts. So first off, tropical storm watches. This is a first for the entire Southern California coast. Not something you see really ever in our lifetime, and not something that happens very often. Not to forget the Channel Islands. Catalina Island may be the most vulnerable to some of the coastal issues, especially given the fact that it is offshore, and the north side of that island is going to be exposed to that onshore push. We could see some extreme wave action, beach erosion, and for those beach areas, overwash and possible storm surge. Cities like Avalon, you may want to think about getting back onto the state of California versus riding it out there in the city. But do what your officials tell you. Let's walk you through the forecast. Let's specifically look at the Los Angeles and San Diego metro areas and what we expect walking you forward. So if you have a flight tonight, you're in good shape. Tomorrow looks pretty good for those cities. We will start to see some moisture associated with Hilary start to come in by early afternoon. And these are going to be in the form of heavy thunderstorms. So flash flooding is already going to become more of a likelihood in the deserts and mountains tomorrow across Southern California. Some of that even getting into Las Vegas, where we've already had some substantial flooding today. So that just sets the stage for an even more higher risk of flooding over the coming days this weekend. Then the heavy rain gets up into the Sierra. Look at that plume of moisture coming up through Nevada. We do not want to forget about you. And this is a plume. It's not just going to stop on the Sierra and then die out. I mean, we're talking an extensive amount of rainfall, very heavy rainfall in areas that just aren't used to it. Now, the core of our storm, at this point, much weaker than what it is now, but still has a lot of energy, especially here with some of these cells that the future radar is kind of hinting at over the mountains east of San Diego up through Palm Springs, Palm Desert, Joshua Tree. We may see gusts as high as 80+ miles per hour, even in those desert locations, combined with 1 to 3 inch per hour rainfall rates. That vision of what that would look like in the desert is hard to fathom because we don't typically ever see something like that. You get heavy thunderstorms and monsoons, but rarely is it in a tropical system. And winds in a tropical system aren't short-lived. They're longer lasting. So power outages are going to be expected. We could see mudslides, washouts, and then violent flash flooding. So there's a look. The rain then gone by Monday afternoon. Late morning, we're clearing out. Winds will take a little while to subside, but things should slowly improve after that. It's going to be a long road to clean up, and we just have no idea what the aftermath of this is really going to look like, but the potential is scary. So prepare now. Rainfall totals, this is a good estimate, okay? So the Santa Ana Mountains areas here, even the rainfall totals have now even shifted a little bit more towards the coast. So we may be in that 3 to 4, maybe 5 inch range, especially through parts of Orange County, getting south of Newport Beach, down around Laguna Beach, Dana Point, and down around Del Mar, and then getting into San Diego County. Then you've also got high rainfall totals here in the San Bernardino Mountains, where we could have significant flooding. Remember, this was the area that was hit hard by that winter storm we had earlier in the year. Still recovering, by the way, in some of these areas. So heavy rainfall, a huge threat, even 1 to 3 inches in LA proper is a huge, because on average in August, we don't see anything typically. It can rain, but usually it's very light, a few sprinkles of trace in. This is the driest part of the entire year, and we're getting one of our wettest storms in decades happening in the driest part. I mean, there's so many aspects to this that are just quite remarkable, meteorologically speaking, but also just from an impact standpoint. So for San Diego, we'll go a little farther down the coast. Again, your impacts start Saturday night and really ramp up on Sunday afternoon, and then Sunday night. That's when we'll have the worst of the conditions. Anywhere from 2 to 4 inches can be expected. Looks like the highest totals maybe just north of San Diego, but we got to watch for winds. And notice how the coastline curves like this. So all these little changes are going to be huge for your distinct impacts. But the beaches are a lot flatter here towards Coronado Island and also some of the areas north of La Jolla. So we'll have to watch for some at least beach erosion and in fact for minor coastal flooding. I think of Santa Monica and areas there around Newport Beach as well. Those could be spots that, you know, for a period may not have visible sand because of that ocean getting so high. Depends on the wind direction. And then the desert impacts. We're going to talk about that in just a few minutes because there's so many angles to the storm, guys, that we got to walk through. But big impacts. Really, it's going to be hard to see what the aftermath of this is going to look like once we get into Monday and Tuesday.
It's so hard, I think, too, when we talk about flooding, is that we know there's a big area that it's possible, and we really just don't know how it's going to play out until we're in it.
Right.
Where's the heaviest rain? Like, what side of the ridge is the heaviest rain falling? And it still has a lot to do with this track.
You know, a lot of people, typically speaking, they know they're on the drier side of the mountains, but that is not going to be the case this go around. The winds are going to be much different than your typical onshore flow or Santa Ana wind event, which are dry winds. You have a hurricane, you've got a more localized wind pattern, and it's rotating. So areas that don't typically see the enhanced rainfall, like in the deserts, will actually get more of the enhanced rainfall in a situation like this.
So we could have thunderstorms coming in bands. That's
Yes.
typically what we expect for tropical systems. So if you don't know that and you live in California, it's different than, say, an atmospheric river event. We'll have convection with this. These will be thunderstorms. Those thunderstorms could be severe. There could be tornadoes in those thunderstorms. Those are all going to be possibilities, and they may repeat themselves and move over and over in some of the same spots, kind of those feeder bands, as we call it. And we use that word because it's like feeding that moisture in and around that area of low pressure. The other thing I really wanted to point out as we look at this map, and rightfully we are spending a lot of time on California, Arizona, Nevada, but look at how far north the flood threat goes, right? Yesterday we had a cone that went up to Oregon. Today, we've got a flood risk that's going to be extending into some of those areas, and it's all down to that ridge, right, of high pressure. doesn't go through the ridge, it goes up and around the ridge. And so we'll be seeing all that tropical moisture. While it won't be a hurricane or a tropical storm anymore, the moisture is still going to get up in the Intermountain West.
And Sunday's really the day. Sunday afternoon into the evening hours is when wind will become much more of a factor. Some of the ridge tops could see wind gusts up around hurricane force. Could not rule that out at all. It's still possible it will come on shore as well. The forecast is it's going to come on shore as a tropical storm, unless it comes on shore early in Mexico. Then can't rule out possibly a hurricane. Yeah, it could make landfall in Mexico, which could have some other implications as well down the line. But it's going to be difficult to get away from this. All of the moisture that is surging up from the south to the north.
You know, Southern California, too, they get high winds often. Santa Ana winds can produce 60, 70 miles per hour in some of these metropolitan areas, but it's a dry wind. It's very different when you're soaking the ground, and there's huge trees in Southern California. So the potential for downed trees and power outages will be there, even if winds aren't as high as a Santa Ana wind event.
Should definitely be preparing to lose power.
Yeah.
You know, that could happen for a variety of different reasons. This is the rainfall forecast. You know, the mountainous areas, obviously, the peak spots where we're expecting the heaviest of rainfall right now. But a change of the track could ultimately change where we see the heaviest of rainfall, especially if we go a little farther off towards the west or the east, honestly. Either side.
That brings Las Vegas or Los Angeles in that higher risk zone.
All right, stay with us. You're watching the Weather Channel. We're tracking Hilary.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back into Storm Center. I'm sitting here virtually in San Diego, where this weekend could look more like this. Not sunny and blue skies, endless on the horizon, but torrential downpours, flash flooding, and 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Tropical storm force winds, yes, that is in the forecast. And we're talking a very dangerous setup here as Hilary moves closer and closer to the Southern California coast. Now, Hurricane Hilary, the latest advisory, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, at 130 miles per hour, still a major Category 4 with a northwesterly movement at about 12 miles per hour. So still paralleling the Mexican coastline right now. Not going to make a direct landfall here around Cabo, but we'll have tropical storm force conditions. Things have already deteriorated there. And we expect downhill trends for northern parts of Baja California and across Southern California, possibly making landfall here in California as a tropical storm. But regardless on whether it skirts the coast or moves into Mexico and then comes up into California, the impacts are detrimental in some cases and really quite concerning when we look at the flash flood potential alone, especially given the topography, guys.
And as Hilary moves into the southwest, the storm could have different impacts, could do different things to different areas. And that's largely in part of the vastly different terrain. And there's beaches in Southern California, including here in San Diego. Then, of course, there's the mountains, the deserts, Big Bear, Palm Springs with mountains around Palm Springs, and even Las Vegas. Looking at you, desert and urban area, Las Vegas. So we're talking now about how the terrain will interact with the atmosphere, and the atmosphere that will have a once was Category 4 hurricane and likely still a tropical storm or a tropical depression with a lot of moisture moving into California.
Right. We have coastal areas, we have urban areas, we have desert areas, we have mountainous areas, all of which will be impacted in one way, shape, or form by the storm. And the mountains, for the most part, tend to be where we get the worst of the conditions because of that elevation. We get stronger winds and we get what we call orograph lift. But the coast, certainly no stranger to problems, and that's where we're going to start here.
And depending on the track of the storm, eventually the winds are likely going to come onshore. And if and or when that happens, if they come up, they're strong enough, there could be some beach erosion. But at the very least, it's likely going to be dangerous to be in the water.
Right. But look at the coastline. You know, this is very different from the Gulf of Mexico. This is very different from Florida or the East Coast. So this is a different animal when it comes to, say, storm surge, right? Because we do have some higher elevation that goes up the coast.
And pretty big beaches as well.
Wide.
Right. Yes. Yeah, pretty wide. Yeah, they're long, certainly going all the way up the state. But as you take a look here in the Los Angeles Basin, there's Long Beach, there's South Bay, and the airport is right here, and that's downtown. And also, just by the way, just how diverse it is, the microclimates. Depending on the day, it could be 60 here, 70 here, 80 here, 90, triple digits.
Yeah.
I mean, just not that far.
So concrete doesn't do a very good job of absorbing moisture, does it? So we get urban flooding. It's going to be too much rain at one time that the drainage just can't keep up with that. So we could have that type of flooding. But we also have the nearby mountains where gravity is going to bring all that rain and that runoff downward.
And the deserts can act like an urban area in the sense that the water doesn't penetrate the earth very easily. There's a lot more runoff that we see. And here in the Coachella Valley, including Palm Desert, Palm Springs, there is a lot of nothing in terms of vegetation, right? Very sparsely, very sparse vegetation. But you can also see the mountains in the distance. And when this picture was taken, there's even some snow.
Yeah.
And so that shows you there's some higher elevations in the deserts. It's beautiful, beautiful country out here. But the mountains themselves you're talking about get more water out of the atmosphere. It's just more to run down out of these big mountains into the lower elevations.
And this is going to be more rain than most of these areas can handle. This could be a month's worth of rain, but in some cases, this could be a year's worth of rain over 2 to 3 days. It's really hard to wrap your brain, I think, around what that will ultimately look like. But it could be catastrophic. We could be talking about evacuations. We could be talking about water rescues taking place. And I just really want to advise you to listen to authorities. If they tell you to get out, get out. Right? That's the best thing that you can do to save yourself and save your family if it gets to that. And don't drive through water that's covered with roadways, or roadways that are covered with water.
And be aware of your surroundings. One wonderful thing about California is you can get rural really fast. It's not just Los Angeles and San Francisco, which a lot of people think of.
Yeah.
There is a ton of beautiful outdoor space in these rural areas. If you're near a burn scar area, that's more likely to see landslides, debris flows, flooding. And if you have a long winding road to get to where you are, there could be washouts. There's a lot of possibilities here.
So this shows you from the Creek Fire what the burn scar still looks like. That happened back in 2020. And so you can see that everything's dead here. And so the rain just runs off very quickly. We don't have a root system to help hold that soil together.
All right, so a lot to consider and a lot for you to think about heading into this weekend and early next week.
Welcome back into Storm Center. Thanks for joining us. If you're just tuning in to get the latest here on Hurricane Hilary, we have the latest update into us from the storm, and you get an idea of, first off, where we've got warnings and watches. Mexico dealing with mainly the hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings, but we do have tropical storm watches here across Southern California. Think about that for a second. Tropical storm watches up for LA, San Diego, Palm Springs, a desert community. A first, really, since this product was even released. And there's the track. The path has been consistent. It's remarkable how on point the steering flow had been, but we knew the factors, the ridge of high pressure leading to all of the hot temperatures expected over the middle of the country, including the Midwest and plains as we head into the weekend and early next week. That's all tied into why this is actually coming up into California. Also an upper level low, which is going to help absorb this, slingshot it up through the West Coast and then up into Canada. So there's a look at your path. And again, we could very well see the possibility of a direct landfall here on the Southern California coast, which is very rare and very hard to do, especially with the cold waters in this part of the country. This is why it's hard for tropical systems to even impact California. All right, let's get the latest here on Hurricane Hilary with Chris.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at the very latest, and this still a well-defined eye right in there. This is a big storm, still a Category 4 hurricane, 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving to the northwest at 12 miles an hour, and as it continues to move to the northwest, it will move over much cooler waters, and then you see an obvious weakening from 120 tomorrow afternoon, Sunday morning, down to 100. So this is a Category 3. This will be a Category 2 here, and still a hurricane just at hurricane strength Sunday afternoon. And now it may make landfall here at some point early Sunday into Sunday afternoon, or it could continue on this way. So it's possible it could make landfall as a hurricane in Baja California, there in Mexico, or continue off and make landfall in California, any of these possible tracks right here. Remember, the cone is the center of the storm and historical errors. You know, what are the reasonable possibilities based on how wrong essentially the forecast has been in the past? Wrong's not a great word, but yeah, how the deviation, how off it's been. So it's still possible it could make landfall as a tropical storm in California. Regardless, it is the flood threat that remains a huge concern here and a potentially life-threatening impact here to California and even beyond, where some of that heaviest rain goes into Nevada. Some of these usually parched and very hot and very dry areas here this time of year, but it's going to be very hot, and we're going to have tropical moisture coming in, likely to have some extreme intense rainfall with this. The amount of rain that is expected, large footprint here, and that's a big part of it. If you get 3 to 5 inches over a little bit of a sliver like that, that's one thing. But getting it widespread, you can easily overwhelm drainage systems, whether they're natural or human-made drainage systems. And this here, the Weather Prediction Center issuing their rare high-risk area for Sunday morning into Monday morning, and this is the first time that these areas have had, a lot of these areas have had the high risk, and it's these high-risk areas that do an overwhelming majority of the damage. So that's what we're seeing right now, Jackie. Again, the threat, this is still a couple of days out. You know, we're looking at the day after tomorrow into Monday. Right. So still a lot we're going to learn here in the coming days.
There is, but be ready regardless and take that time now while conditions are okay for you to do all your preparations that you need to stay safe during the storm. Have a go kit and have supplies in case you lose power. You'll want that to last you for at least 3 days. So the hurricane hunters are on their way out to Hilary right now. We had one quick pass earlier today. We had a plane that went out from Keesler Air Force Base, did one pass into the storm, and then went on up to Santa Maria, where we're told via email that that's where they're going to be based to fly out of this storm. That said, the next flight has taken off now as of 5:15 Pacific time, and you can see it's coming from Keesler. So I'm not sure, quite honestly, whether or not this is going to do a one pass and go on up to Santa Maria, or if we're going to get in there and do our usual 4 to 6 passes. And they usually do kind of this crisscross X type of pattern, because what they want to do is get into all different quadrants of the hurricane to make sure that they get to sample the strongest winds and get a better fix on the intensity of the storm. We put that into the models and we get a better idea of what's going to be happening in the future. We're going to keep you updated. We've got the details and got you covered on the Weather Channel. Welcome back to Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris as we continue to track an extra hour here on Storm Center. Hurricane Hilary, which is still a Category 4 storm, packing winds of 130 miles per hour. It will be weakening upon approach to California. That's a better scenario than the one that folks in Baja California are going to be facing. But I want to talk about the cone of uncertainty, or the cone of certainty. Honestly, you could call it either, but what it means, it's the area where the center of the storm is expected to track. So the storm is huge. This is a monster-sized storm. Tropical storm force winds going out 275 miles from the center of the storm. That's on either side of the center of the storm, meaning what? It's over, 550 miles across, right? So the cone is narrower than that. At the greatest point, the code is just about 275. So keep in mind, the time of the storm will be coming in with impacts leading up to that. So it will be the position of the center of the storm, but you may be getting the edge of the storm earlier than that. By Sunday morning, we're going to be getting some pretty good rains in many of these areas. And the storm could track on this area of the cone, or it may end up tracking on this side of the cone. And the impacts, for example, for a place like Los Angeles will be greatly different. If we get the storm for you in Los Angeles, so you will have those winds very strong here. You'll get the torrential downpours. You're going to get some of that onshore flow into the area. But if it takes much more right side of this cone over here near Palm Springs, you're going to be on what we call the good side of the storm, and you're going to have offshore flow through most of the duration of the event, and you'll be cut off from the heaviest of the moisture, and that would be a better case scenario for you overall. So when we talk about the cone, you notice that it gets bigger with time. The closer to the impacts that we have, the more confidence we have in that forecast, and it's based on margin of error historically. So how much air is there on the track, left or right, over the last 10 years? What have we seen? And as I mentioned, it gets to be outside of the cone about a third of the time. But the storms are way bigger than what the cone is oftentimes. So just because you're not in the cone doesn't mean you're not going to have impact. So that's for folks in Nevada, that's for folks in Arizona, into parts of Utah, even on up into Washington, Idaho, Oregon. You're all going to have impacts from this storm with the tropical moisture moving in. And that's the number one concern, right? That's what this is really all about. It's going to be about the heavy rain leading to flooding that could potentially be catastrophic. That could be rainfall that you haven't experienced that much in a short period of time. A month's worth of rain, at times it could be a year's worth of rain in some areas in just 2 to 3 days. This is the latest forecast rainfall for you in Los Angeles and throughout the county and the area, but that is based on a track that would bring the storm just a little bit off towards your east, which means 2 inches of rain for you. 1 inch of rain is a big deal in urban areas, and 4 inches of rain will be a big deal into the mountains. And of course, all of that will run back off into the low-lying areas and into the valleys. So these numbers could change a little bit in the next day or so. Keep that in mind. But we also want to talk about some of the desert impacts, because those could be really serious. In fact, they're even closing some of the national parks early, or at least parts of them, Chris.
Yeah, and that's a smart call, because you just don't want to be in Death Valley, limited cell service, in a very rural, desolate area. In this kind of event, I mean, roads can be washed out. They had an event last year, or a couple of years ago, where they saw 1.7 inches in a 3-hour time span, and it cut off parts of Death Valley. So this may be even worse than that. So they're just preemptively shutting down some of the popular spots starting tomorrow. So plan accordingly, reroute your trip if you have plans to visit some of these desert spots. Joshua Tree National Park is going to be no picnic either. Not what you would expect when you were planning a trip here to Joshua Tree in August. But we could see up to 80-mile-per-hour winds, torrential rainfall, and just absolutely drenching conditions that a desert can't handle, especially in a place like Palm Springs, where we're forecasting anywhere from 3 to 5 and potentially 6, 7, 8 inches in some of the higher elevations just outside of Palm Springs. That kind of rainfall is almost 2 times your yearly average, and it can't I mean, you can't even really fathom what that would do to a pretty heavily populated area like Palm Springs. Significant impacts and possibly catastrophic. So heavy rain falls on the desert soil. This is why flooding in the desert is so different. Even a half inch of rain in a short period of time can cause extremely huge impacts here to the desert locations. Because it's so hot throughout the year and dry for so long, the ground gets really hard packed. It gets cracked and it's not permeable when it rains. So when it rains, it just kind of flows off. A few raindrops are manageable, but when you get a lot, it just flows off. And then you add topography in the mix, and boy, things just come rushing down quickly. You know, sometimes they say canyons can flood like a wall of water. You think of slot canyons. Well, they were formed from flash floods. So that just shows you the violent nature of what may happen. And we do expect violent flash flooding here. And some of that may be in these urban areas like Palm Springs, like Palm Desert, also east of San Diego. But even in some of these more urban areas, we've got to watch closely, especially those arroyos, those dry riverbeds. When you typically drive, you really wonder, has there ever been water in here, Chris? Well, this is something that is going to be one of those cases where all those low-lying spots will be filled with water, and it can fill quickly. So that's something we got to watch really closely here for a city like Palm Springs, where currently today it was 108 degrees, not to mention the big drop in temperatures. Take a look at your forecast. We start tomorrow, and Palm Springs, the flash flooding increases to the likelihood on Saturday afternoon. By Saturday night, rain really ramps up. Look at our temperatures, staying in the 70s with heavy rain and high winds.
Welcome back. I want to update you on the hurricane hunters. They're on their way to Hurricane Hilary right now, taking off from Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. They're now working their way near Louisiana and will be going into the storm and sampling conditions and getting an idea and better fix on its position and its intensity. It will also help improve our weather modeling on it. Now, this is the second little quick trip that it's made over there today. Tomorrow, there'll be another planned flight in the morning into the evening, and then yet another one on Sunday morning. They do such critical work, you guys. Very important to get this data while it's out over open water where we don't have a lot of data and information. And it was interesting because all of our estimates earlier were via satellite, right? Which is a good, I mean, it's pretty good.
Yeah, satellites are
don't
legit.
Get me wrong, it's legit. But we went from 145 down to 130. It looked like maybe we were weakening a little bit for a short while there. But now this thing looks like a beast.
It's staying.
It'll be interesting when the 11 o'clock Eastern time advisory comes back in.
But it is just a matter of time before it starts to weaken. I mean, all signs based on what's setting up right now shows us that it's going to weaken in terms of the winds, but it still has all this moisture to play with.
Yeah, mainly because of the cooler water temperatures. If it weren't for that, this could be a whole different ballgame. But yeah, you know.
And it's those cooler waters, big reason why Southern California doesn't have to worry about this most of the time.
Exactly.
It's happened in the past, right?
Sure.
But not, you know, really in the modern era, the watches and warning era, and you know, so for a lot of people, this is
once in a lifetime.
Yeah. Right. We have
really
the California current. That's a cold current that, you know, they're wearing dry suits.
But people ask that question.
To get in the water. You don't want to
I even thought my question, you know, when I was younger, I was like, why doesn't California get hurricanes? They're on the ocean. Why do they? It's the cold water.
Yep.
And the steering flows
So the California current goes this way.
Yep.
The Gulf Stream goes the other way. That's why they're warm on the east. They're cold on the west.
Same as a young adult, when I moved to California, I put my feet in the water. I was like,
You're like, what?
Man,
What's the deal with all the palm trees here?
It was like
teasing
Lake
you.
Michigan, right?
Yeah.
It's chilly.
Yeah.
But let's talk about what's going on and why we're dealing with a very serious threat here and why the winds are going to be dying down. Now, that to say, you are in for a stormy weekend, Sunday and Monday, flash flood watches. This is honestly the most concerning thing here, the red areas. First, ignore the red for a moment, and it's likely in this huge area, including San Diego, parts of Los Angeles, Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino, you can get the picture here. It's likely somewhere in there will be flash flooding, but that high risk, that's when the majority of damage happens in the U.S. and a large number of fatalities happen there. And this is a huge threat with this. 3 to 5 inches of rain widespread, which is a really big deal with this. Here's that category 4. But as it continues to move off in this direction, this, guys, is what we're talking about. It gets dramatically cooler. You lose the fuel.
Yeah.
You need to right about that 80 degrees.
It looks like it's just on the edge of the hottest of water right now. And so that's why it looks so great in satellite presentation and why it looks so strong, why we got a 4.
Let's go back.
But that's going to change. That's going to even change probably later tonight.
See those 2 islands right there? Mm-hmm. I'm going to go forward again. It's right here.
So it's only got a few hundred miles left.
But it's playing with this. I wonder if it was weakening maybe when it was down here, then it popped when it got up.
Well, I think it's also broadening out a little bit to the inner core, so that may have cut back on the winds, but now the wind field's expanding. It's also going to change in its evolution here as it works its way north and it starts to interact with that trough.
Yeah, it did look like maybe a little dry air on the north side of it too.
Yeah. And you bring up another point, I think, too. Sometimes they take a while to wind down, but when they expand, right? They might not be, the winds might not be as strong, but the wind field and the energy is still there. It's just spread out.
So you want to switch gears real quick, sort of, and take it into the other basin.
Staying in the tropics,
Atlantic.
though.
Yeah, tropics, because we don't want anybody to be caught off guard of some impacts that are going to be happening down the line. We got a lot of balls, so to speak, there into the Atlantic, but the 2 I really want you to pay attention to are the one that's getting closer towards the Caribbean and the one here right now that's going to be working its way towards Florida and into the Gulf of Mexico.
So that highlighted area is where we expect development. It's going to take a little time. Florida, you're not going to see a tropical system out of this, but you will get enhanced rainfall. The question is, okay, the ingredients are ripe for development. Does it have enough time before moving ashore on land to crank up an organized tropical system? So that surge of moisture will push through Florida, unorganized at that point, and then it comes over the Gulf of Mexico, the warm waters, lighter wind shear. It has all the ingredients necessary to develop. It just doesn't have enough time to do so.
So rain could be heavy, especially in South Florida this weekend. Then it moves back over into the Gulf where conditions are a little more favorable, right? We still have really hot water. That high pressure that's bringing all the heat into the central U.S. is keeping this into the Gulf and moving it west. So that's why places like New Orleans, Panhandle of Florida, you guys are not expecting the impacts of it coming ashore in your area.
And models are in really good agreement at that, with both aspects, GFS and European, keeping the north central Gulf Coast pretty much dry as can be, devoid of any tropical moisture. So really looking at central to South Texas coastline, so really South Texas at predominant impacts, possible development next week.
All right, coming up, another look at why the exact location of where it goes doesn't tell the whole story. Talking about the size of this storm coming up right after this. Tracking Hurricane Hilary at this hour, still a Category 4 hurricane. Major hurricane 345 is a major hurricane. This is that center, well-defined. A lot of thunderstorm activity around the edges, so this is still a very potent system, powerful storm heading to the north. We're showing you the forecast cone in relationship to this storm. So let's just take a look at right in there. That's some of the worst of the weather that's ongoing. So let's take this storm straight up the middle. That is the forecast. And based on historical errors, the forecast in the past, the storm can pretty much go anywhere. The center could go anywhere in the cone or just outside of it. So that's what we're dealing with right now. So this is really the size of the meat of it, but you can, draw it even, the circle even bigger if you want. So try to draw the same size up here a little bit right in here. Look how much coverage that storm will have. If it goes right up the center, that is most of Southern California, including the deserts, almost all the way to Arizona, so from coast to coast. We'll do that again right here, but let's take the track going up this way. Up here. Now try to draw the same size. Now look how much more is in play into Arizona and into Nevada. We'll do it one more time, coming up over here, saying that's perhaps the biggest part of it. And you can kind of see about roughly the same size circle. Look how large we're talking here. So the center really does make a difference where it goes, whether it goes in the center or off the side, because the storm's impacts extend well away. And you can see just how big the storm is there. So you do that again on a bigger circle. Look at the footprint that would have taken the storm right now and putting it up to the north, just to give you a sense. So that's why we talk about the impacts can extend far beyond the cone itself. The cone is not for impacts, it's for the center of the storm. With that, tropical storm watches posted, tropical storm conditions possible. In the next couple of days here, this could be upgraded to a warning. And if that happens, then that means it is expected. And right now the forecast is for tropical storm conditions for Southern California, but that could change depending on the track. Now, if it does go over land, it could perhaps weaken, but right now the forecast does show right here, this is tropical storm force, still hurricane force winds with the storm. It would still be a hurricane Sunday afternoon. So a lot we still have to work out, but what we know for sure, the potential for life-threatening catastrophic flooding is there with this storm.